How's everyone doing? Good to see you all. Nighthand Russell, thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. I did want to cover a little bit of news. There was like, it's what I'm going to call the shotgun news, where it's like, I think it's cool to be informed. I hope you two as well. But there's not a whole lot to actually talk on, just rather, these are things that happened. There's actually one topic that I want to talk about, but it's very little. Very little. And yeah. We'll see how well it is. Maybe we'll do some stuff not in Rust, especially if it's like not seeming so good. We'll see. We'll see. But my plan is just to use Rust. If it's blowing through some stuff, the one Rust project would have like a, I don't know, a React front end. Maybe a React Native front end. I don't know. That sounds gross, but you know, it is what it is. So maybe we try some TypeScript or something with it. You know, something reasonable. All right. Well, let's get into the news. Violently caffeinated. That's actually one of the things I wanted to talk about. I don't know how long I have told Cursor that their full sale on an IDE is one of the biggest problems I have with Cursor. It's one of the reasons I would not renew my subscription with Cursor. Yeah, one of the reasons. Second, their price changing is... Anyways, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's get into the news. Not a whole lot of stuff. Just, you know, something that's probably going to change your life forever. So what do I mean, change your life forever? Well, let's get into it. GitHub has changed the default tab size from 8 to 4. I know this is probably going to be a huge improvement for most people's lives, and it's finally been done. We're updating the default tab size when viewing code and code snippets on GitHub from 8 spaces to 4 spaces. This change affects all logged out users and new account, making the default code display more consistent with common developer practices. Now, I was, when I first read this, actually really upset. I like the 8 spaces. That's by mine. By setting 4 spaces as the default, we aim to provide a code viewing experience that aligns with what most developers encounter in their daily work. Once logged in, users still have the ability to adjust the tab size according to their preferences, going to settings appearance. So that's why I'm not upset. You can still adjust it. They're not setting it. It's just the default. So if you're not logged in and viewing code or whatnot, it's now a more dented version. I actually hate this change. To be fair, I don't like the change, but it's okay. It's okay. It's just a default. So let's go change it. Nightbot. I did say we would turn off Nightbot, didn't I? We need to do that. Okay. Maybe right after this, we'll go figure out how to turn off Nightbot. Nightbot is only like getting upset at people just having fun in chat, which is not cool. Not actually people being not popular enough to have people being bad in chat. All right, let's move on. Cordant 1.0. This took me by surprise. So Cordant only recently released their 3.0, and they're basically releasing it now. If you don't know what Cordant is, Cordant has basically 3 pieces of a puzzle that is designed to let you manage Kubernetes clusters at scale across multiple clouds. It's kind of the cloud agnostic part of managing Kubernetes clusters at scale. So there's 3 parts. I'm sure that they talk about them. Yeah. The cluster manager, state management, and observability and FinOps. It's a project I've been watching. It takes an interesting, stance on some of these things. So, the state management is the one that I have been watching the most because it deploys managed services, like Istio, Flux, and Cert Manager. And Flux also deploys stuff. So this is the interesting stance on it, because basically it deploys stuff that your central Kubernetes team might decide every team gets, like Istio that provides your service mesh or your east to west communication, and then ties everything together, and also provides the common way of deploying things, Flux. So it's interesting. I haven't used it myself. I have been looking at it. I would love to actually test it. I feel like to test it, you got to spin up a cluster in GCP and in AWS, and then it kind of gets expensive just to test it. But maybe we'll try testing it one of these weekends. If people are really interested in it, let me know. Leave a comment if you're really interested in testing it and seeing it, and maybe we'll do that. Svelte Reach 1.0, which is also a multi-cluster management tool. So is it only worth it if you're multi-cloud? I don't. Let me be clear here. I don't know. I've been watching it, and I'm telling you my thoughts from just the releases I have seen, the looking around and whatnot, and what people have written about it. I know that that's something that they target. I don't know if it's only useful then. Let's say you're only one cloud, but you manage multiple clusters. Let's say you're just an Azure shop or just an AWS shop. We know that nobody uses GCP unless forced to. Would it have value there? Let's say you have 200 Kubernetes clusters, because actually that's what a lot of people start having, is these smaller clusters. Is it useful then? I'm not sure. It actually sounds like if you're a place that's having more than, let's say you're doing clusters on demand, let's say every team gets their own cluster or something like this, some sort of setup like that, would this be helpful? Maybe. I think so. My gut would say yes. Let's say you're an Azure shop with less than 10 clusters. What then? I believe the only good solution at that point for you is... Now we can actually play this so that you can hear it, so you know how to pronounce this. It's in English, so let's get the sound up for you.
Grit one's teeth.
I believe this is your best chance, your best bet. We'll play it one more time just so you get how to.
Grit one's teeth.
There we go. No, okay. I'm just playing around. If you're talking, what I have used and I do like. Now, I say this, and there's K0 motion, or I don't know how to pronounce it. There, like there's this that allows you to basically manage hosted K0s control planes. The caveat to K0s and K0s Motron, not motion, Motron. I don't know why I was thinking motion. Anyways, the caveat is they run clusters weirdly, in my opinion. Now, I've been using it. I use it for my local lab, and I like it. But it's not your Kubadium-based Kubernetes cluster either. So, there's that. And then there's also I mean, this is a big topic that you're getting me into, right? Because you're talking about, like, there's cluster API. There's cluster API, which you can do stuff with. And I have actually leveraged cluster API as well. And then there's another product that I'm trying to think of its name that I always try to use, and I always get confused as to exactly what it does. I believe it tries to be somewhat like Cordant. What is it called? One second, give me a second. They have like the popsicle, like the different colored, I'm thinking like orange base color popsicle as their crossplane. Ha! Got it. See, multicolored popsicle. They have orange and red, which means like the dominant color in here is orange. I'm sorry that I couldn't think of crossplane. Nighthound, you got it. You got it way before I did. Okay, sorry. Let me get this best viewers. I'm touched that they actually thought about best viewers instead of just the cheapest ones. Cosmotron. Is that how it's supposed to be pronounced? Cosmotron? I've always said K0S Motron. Okay. Well, I suppose you call it Cube Cuddle too. Heathen. It's K0S and K0 Motron. I looked at chat. So this is another interesting one, like, that I need to play around more with. Because I feel like all of these tools have taken a different approach at doing these things. Now, I can tell you that for me, Cordant is the one that makes the most sense in my mind from just reading it. Crossplane has confused me every single time. I've actually tried to use it. And it feels like it's a Kubernetes as a service, but it's more than that. It almost feels like it wants to be an open source cloud built on Kubernetes, where it allows you to orchestrate other resources outside of Kubernetes as well. So it's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. And maybe something you look. I would look into these three. Cosmotron. I would look at Cosmotron since I now know how to pronounce this. I would look at Cosmotron, I would look at Cordant, and I would look at Crossplane. Those are like the three. If you have a few clusters, maybe this would be helpful. I don't think any of these tools are going to be helpful if you have 2 or fewer clusters. Maybe at 3. Like, again, you're adding more complexity. And every time you add complexity, you have to ask yourself, is that complexity less complexity than any other complexity? That's like the golden rule to adding complexity, is like, you want to pick the simplest choice. Whatever you pick, you want it to be the simplest choice for you. And so when you're looking to add on one of these things, is managing your clusters more work than managing crossplane? I don't know the answer for you, but that's my recommendation, is when checking out these projects, is you find out what is the least amount of complexity for you that meets all your requirements. I don't use crossplane, no. I tried to use it at work a while ago. Now, I haven't tried it recently. This was probably like 2.5 years ago. I tried to leverage it, and I didn't do a very, like, it added more complexity than what we were basically just using. Oh, the other one that you can do is just cluster API. It was more complicated for me than just leveraging base cluster API, which is what we do. Now, I'm not sure that's true anymore. At the time it was. At the time it was. Is that the right move now? I don't know. Maybe I would have gone with Cordant. Cordant wasn't really a thing then. Yeah, I don't know. I want something that can keep them up to date. Cordant might actually work for that. I mean, Cordant is supposed to. It enables centralized template-driven lifecycle management of clusters and servers across on-prem, cloud, and hybrid environments. So this includes keeping them up to date, manages lifecycle upgrades and scaling of Kubernetes cluster via cluster API. So like, you should, like, it actually leverages cluster API. You should be able to upgrade your Kubernetes cluster via Cordant. Now, the other thing that you have to look at is, how hard would it be to like adopt your clusters into Cordant? I know that cluster API allows you to adopt clusters into it. So I imagine that Cordant also allows you to adopt clusters into it. So it might be really amazing for you. I don't know. If you do, Russell, I would love to hear your thoughts on it. I would love to hear your thoughts. So please share. My issue with updating Kubernetes clusters, with these tools, it's really easy to automate, but you got to do a lot of stuff to make sure it's safe to automate. I guess this is why I feel like people that go down this path end up treating clusters as cattle, where if something goes wrong with them, you're set up in such a way to just delete the cluster. You don't care about the cluster. The cluster wasn't a pet. It's not valuable to you. You're just going to rip it out and replace it. Not everybody gets to do that. We have very stateful information. So we can't rip clusters out. Our clusters have to be a little bit of a pet. I would say it's like a service dog. It's not cattle. It's more valuable than a pet. Yeah. So because we have stateful data. But right, there's still the overhead of checking that new workloads work properly. Absolutely. If you figure this out, please let me know. Please let me know how you do it, and I would love to pick your brain on that, or how you do that easily. Now, what we do is I don't love what we do. I'm not going to spread that as gospel information. And I'm always arguing with people. This Russell is why I say, like, you always want to, like, make sure the complexity you add is actually valuable to you, because I feel like too many times people adopt something like Cordant, and while Cordant actually does something for that person with 100 clusters because they have to, when you have fewer than that, or and I don't know 100 is the right number. I don't know what the number is, and it probably also depends on your architecture and what you're doing. When you have more, like when you don't have that, you're just adding more complexity than just managing it yourself, which managing it yourself might suck, but it might suck less than, I don't know where that line is. I don't know if it's independent of, like I said, for our workloads, when you're talking about a huge amount of our stuff is stateful, you can't just rip clusters out and replace them, because the clusters actually maintain information. So you have to treat them like service animals, which sucks. I don't love it. I wish I could just treat my clusters as cattle, because the people that can do that, it's awesome. So yeah. You know what? I want to talk to more professionals and, like, about these things. I want to pick their minds about it, like, not in a hype way, but like actually a way where we can learn from each other. I want to learn the caveats. Like, okay, you did it with you adopted Cordant with 15 clusters and it sucked. And these are the things you learned from that, and these are the things you took away. Or you did it with 100 clusters and it was awesome. And these are the things that it saved, and just get to the bottom of those. I feel like those we don't do. So if you are a professional out there and seeing this and have done some cool stuff, or done some stuff that failed and wasn't cool, and want to talk about why so others can learn, please let me know. I would love to have you on and pick your brain just a little bit, and yeah, share work stories. All right, let's move on with some of the other news stuff so that we can get into seeing if ChatGPT-5 can do Rust. We'll see if ChatGPT-2. Oh my goodness. All right, good old days. I have complained personally that Cursor's one of their largest issues was that it forced you to leverage their crappy UI. I really hate their UI. Like, I really do dispassionately. I don't think that's the correct word, but I think actually I very passionately hate their UI, and which would end up me only using Cursor when I thought I had a problem that was very specifically a problem Cursor would do very quickly. That being said, Cursor has fixed this a little bit with Cursor CLI. Now, I haven't leveraged it yet, so I don't know how good it is, but there is a Cursor agent. Now, as many of you know, as of yesterday, I am planning on building an open source agent that I don't know runs exactly like this, but should run on anywhere that you want it to run, not just the CLI. It should run wherever and however you want it to. So if you want to join in making that, we'll be making that in September and October. Yeah, it will be a great learning experience. But yeah, so Cursor Agent is out. I probably still won't renew after. I think my contract with them up is in February. Probably still won't renew with Cursor after February. I'm giving some GitHub a try. We're gonna test the 2 agent modes head to head this December. But at least they've come up with a CLI mode, which helps. With CLI mode, we should be able to do like a NeoVim integration, or at least just do it with Tmux, maybe. My plan for mine was we're gonna make the back end, and then we're gonna actually make a agent for NeoVim. Like we're gonna make a NeoVim app. I've never done that before, so it seemed like an easy thing to do. Absolutely. Hello, Icy Boxy. Oh boy. Thanks, chat, for mocking me. How are you doing today? Looking back, this was actually not great. Oh, yeah. All right. Talking about that, PyTorch released their 2.8. I know that we've used PyTorch quite extensively here for our machine learning stuff that we've been learning to do. And I know that I want to do more machine learning stuff, especially when I get a new GPU. But we actually have something that shouldn't need a new GPU coming up in the works. But there was actually probably a really big release here. So there is a limited stable libtorch ABI for third-party C++ CUDA extensions. This is actually kind of huge because originally, if you wanted to leverage these extensions, you'd have to recompile it with PyTorch. And so this is if the extension uses this limited stable PyTorch ABI, and that's all it uses, you'll no longer have to recompile both PyTorch and the extension to leverage them together, which I thought was a huge deal. I think that this is actually really big, and I'm looking forward to this becoming more stable. Like it just makes it makes the quality of life better. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, PyTorch is easy to recompile, not that big of a deal, but it's a big deal. It's a big deal and is awesome. So nobody cares about wheel variants. They added the functional support for the GFX 950 architecture of ROCm 7. I don't know if you guys care about those things, but I did want to call this out because I thought this was it was probably a ton of work and also really, really useful. Now, all of you Kubernetes people out there, all of you Kubernetes fans, all of you have been saying the same thing year after year after year. We don't want YAML anymore. We hate YAML. We hate what it does to our fingers. We hate what it does to our brains. We hate what it does to our pipelines. We just want something better. And Kubernetes said, yes, there's JSONnet. Yes, there's JSON. Yes, there's XML. Yes, there's YAML. But no, we don't want one of those old 14 ridiculous standards out there. We want a 15th standard. If people don't know this is an XKCD comic strip. Very, very, very classic. I saw this the other day on Reddit. And I was like, the horrors. Looks like JSON, but named after YAML. If you dig into it, it is exactly that. It looks like JSON, but is named after YAML. The big thing is keys don't have to be quoted anymore. There you go. We fixed JSON. We fixed JSON with a form of YAML. It's going to be amazing. It's going to save you huge amounts of time. I mean, to be clear, I'm making somewhat fun of it, but to be clear, it's going to be way better than YAML because white space isn't going to be a fact anymore. Praise the Lord. White space was horrible. Wrongly indented. Yeah, this is my problem with Python. This is my problem with everything. White space shouldn't be a part of your language spec. Period. Okay, done. We know this. We've learned this. People should stop doing it. String quoting in YAML was another big problem. Basically, you had to make everything a string because, for example, and to make things worse, YAML 1.1 and 1.2 do these things massively differently, right? So these are numbers. This is also treated as a number in base 60, not a time. There, if you did port 8080, that could be a number depending on whether you're in 1.1 or 1.2. Do you even know which engine your thing is using? So anyways, YAML has this problem. Now I'm making fun of it because I actually think JSONNet would have been a decent alternative to go to. I'm not sure if they talked about JSONNet or Pickle, but I think JSONNet or Pickle would have been decent ones to go to, honestly. As a community, we didn't need a new standard. And this is literally JSON without quoting the keys, which hurts me just a little bit. Like, literally. It's okay. It's okay. But it's there. It's there for you to use. Clamel. I really want to just call it camel. It's really, it looks to me like camel. So we should just start calling it camel. Camel? Just you put a little, it's not camel. It's camel. Camel. You gotta put a little like American Southern twang on it. It's your camel. Anyways, there you go. Let me know what you think. I actually do like it. Do I wish that we had used a standard? Maybe. I actually think JSONNet would have been pretty cool. Jason would have been better. Oh, so true. So true. Are you coming in here for the pets? You wanna say hi? You wanna say hi? Good boy. Good boy. Coming in to say hi. You ready for some AI testing? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you want to go to the store. He loves going to the store. So we go to the local tractor store and they give him treats. So he loves going to tractor stores. It's his favorite. Good boy. All right. They could have just overwrite YAML. I think he just likes treats. He actually likes people. So funniest thing is, this dog loves people. Every time a car pulls up, he is immediately in defense mode. He raises his hackles. He is ready to defend us from whatever it is. He's a very defensive dog. A person steps out of that car. All of a sudden, tail's wagging, hair's down. It doesn't matter if he knows the person. He loves people. I don't know what he thinks is going to get out of the car one of these days, but as long as it's a person, he's going to love you. But yeah, I don't know. It's very strange because he looks very, very threatening when he comes out the door. But he is very excited to see the person. He hates snakes. Yeah, I did save him from a snake. Although I learned that we don't have the poisonous snake that looks like that snake. So that snake was completely harmless that I saved him from. Minus just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, it's Kiamel? Yeah, Kiamel. Kiamel. You just have to have a southern accent. I actually think that I'll like it. Like, don't get me wrong. I've always complained about quoting the keys in JSON. I just don't think that we need another standard. Like that I don't know if that's like a fair take. Like I understand why they left it more YAML or camel. I don't know. I think I understand why they didn't go with something like JSONNet. JSONNet is too far removed from the JSON YAML that they built on top of. And so I feel like they really wanted to stick with JSON YAML and that they just didn't like either. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Who's ready to test some AI? All right, let's test some AI. Let's test some AI. Honestly, they could have made it like a JSON extension, right? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Well, it's gonna please you all to no end to know that I got access to GPT-5. Finally. Finally. Sam, my man. I had to call him and leave him a voice message and be like, come on. Take my account out of purgatory. Take my account out. Like, other YouTubers got it early. I got it late. Does that say something about me? Does this say something about me? I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like it says something about me. Like, other YouTubers get it way ahead of time. I get it way after. Only a day or two. But I get it after the main population. They're scared. They're scared of the tests that I'll run on it. Which is what we're going to do right now. Is run some tests on it. Sam saved the best for last. Thank you. I tend to believe so. I think what we were going to do is we're going to try vibe coding with it in just a little bit. Maybe not real vibe coding. I'm trying to come up with a framework to, like, I started to make a video series on like how to best leverage an AI. And then what I realized in that is I really needed to come up with like a framework for people to use. And so I want to try to come up with a framework as well. So that's something that we're going to try to do in the coming session. It's come up with a framework to try to get AIs to do the right thing. That's a pretty easy framework to follow. So we're going to attempt that. But anyways, let's get the advent of AI here. I forget exactly. Yeah, here we have part 1. No. Fail. Absolute fail. All right. I think there's a file. Yeah, log.txt. So we'll put this in here. Can we attach a file to this? Let's see. Home, code, advent of AI, AI games, advent of AI, log text.1. All right. Did we state what language to write this in? You guys are so nice to me. You guys are so nice to me. You're not let the best customer run into issues while testing, so they need to clean it up for the last few bugs. You guys are too nice. Too nice. Okay, now, and to be fair, they could have trained on this. I know that Sam watches everything that I do pretty much like a hawk at this point. This has actual real solutions out there. You know, I made a real solution to it. Like, I solved the whole thing to prove that it was solvable. Also to have, I had all the tests. So anyways, okay, so let's do this. Solve this in this problem in Rust. Solve this in Rust. Okay. Get a quick answer. Give it to me now. Just stop what you're doing. Write text to me right now. That's what that answer says. That's what that is. Like, please stop. Now, one thing that we can talk about while this is obviously thinking, troubleshooting garbled message. Ooh, that's some shade. All right. One thing that I wanted to say is, OpenAI. One thing that I wanted to point out here. Let's see if I can not leak. I think I'm already logged in, right? It's gonna make me log in again to the API platform. Give me a second. There we go. There we go. All right. One of the things that I can say that I saw here was that if you're looking at the model pricing, you know how we just updated everything to, like, I'm using the 4.0 mini and the 4.0 nano. Where's the nano? Yeah, 4.1 nano. Sorry, 4.1 nano, which is like just dirt cheap. If you look at 5 nano, look at 5 nano. They have, and I'm going to repeat everything that I've seen. I haven't touched ChatGPT-5, but everything that I've said says that they made a dumber model that has more of the statistical analysis stuff before and post. Like, can we verify this without leveraging AI than any other model before? Like, that's what this reads to me, and it's really, really cool. Basically, what they're saying is, we'll leverage the neural net for what we have to, but what we don't have to, we won't. It's like reading a license plate. You know, we don't need, in the United States, we follow very strict license plate rules. We actually don't need AI to read license plates. We can do that with OpenCV. And so what I think is, like, if I was trying to make a self-driving car, the idea would be that I would use neural nets for things that I cannot actually solve. And as I go, I would solve for those things. So identifying turn lanes, it should be a solvable thing that I can actually do the math to solve. The neural net will be handled everything that falls outside of those predefined solvable things. And those predefined solvable things will be dirt cheap. So hopefully that's some of the stuff that they're trying to do. Monte Carlo simulations and things like that, I think could supercharge and drive. Anyways, it's dirt cheap. And I think that's probably why. All right, got it. Let's write a Rust decoder that reads bitstream and prints the English message. It follows your rules exactly. It also includes a full Morse table, letters, digits, comma, punctuation. Anything that resolves to standard Morse will decode too. Any unrecognized chunks becomes question marks, so you can spot trouble fast. All right, let's do this. So we're going to do what we're going to do is cd code AI game 2024 advent of AI, and we're going to make this one second results advent no Where did I put the results? Oh, this is none of the results, so I don't want to put the results in here, right? These are just no, I did put the result. I put the results. Oh, I put them here. I had the idea of putting them in a different place, but I like keeping them here. So we're going to make their GPT-5. We'll make sure if we commit this that it's known that it came out well afterwards. Cargo init. We'll ask it to change it. Absolutely. This actually looks a lot like how it did the last time. So to be honest, the two that solved this, so Cursor, not Sonnet 5, Cursor and ChatGPT 4.0, I think it was, were able to get the first part, and they were able to get the second part with prompting. And this looks very similar to what they were doing. They made a hash map. I would have liked to see this as a static hash map instead of a like. It might as well just been like a. Anyways, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Decode bits. Word level split exactly 7 zeros. Did I delete history? It was a long time ago, but you're right. Would it have? I don't know. Is there a way to just nuke your entire history? I don't have anything worth saving. I have a long history, though. I don't want to go through and click each one to delete it. All right, so it... Oh, it has some tests. It has... this is the two birds. This is what I put in there. So let's see if that runs. Let's first let's copy this log text into results GPT-5 I think this is just fine here. Log 0.txt. So now we can just cargo run. What did we run into? Let's look at how this works. Oh, it didn't actually make it? What? It didn't actually make the whole thing? M dot what? Oh no, it's returning him. Sorry. This is fine. It's returning him. Okay. This is just getting him more thing in memory. Okay, fine, whatever. Decode bits. Where's the main function? Alright, here we go. Oh, it's looking at mount data. This is fine. It made up a spot. I don't care. Cool. So it did it correctly. Right, because remember, dark days bring dark nights is the key to the next part. So that looks correct. Let's see. Let's actually look at this code. I don't love this just because we're not being great on memory, but it's fine. I don't super care. Decode bits, and it's just going through this. Let's see. Keep only zeros and ones. So it's just collecting on the zeros and ones, which is fine. This is actually good. It's validating that there's valid, not junk in there. Trim leading, trailing, idle zeros, while the bits end with 0. Bits pop. Let's see what. Wait. Okay, yeah, this is the leading, this is the trailing. It gets the table. Word split is 7 zeros. 4 WI word bits in words.enumerate. Wait, what are we doing here? Word split exactly 7 0. Okay, yes. Why are we enumerating? Oh, this is the bits. Oh, okay, sorry. So we're splitting on the words. Fair. I got it. So we're splitting on the words. We got the words out. We're splitting on that. So if it is greater than 0, it's gonna just push a space because that's what happens. Let's see. If this no leading separator, okay, fine. Wait. I have to remember. I have to go back to the instructions. I forget exactly what separated words, separated letters. The 3 zeros separates letters. Basically, zeros were pauses. Period, comma. Okay. So separated words, separated letters. So this is looking for different letters. So basically, we take a word and we split out the letters. There. Okay. No leading separated. This is different than last time. I can tell you that much. We do have a recursive loop here, though. We have a for loop with a for loop. This is not going to be great performance. This is also not the way I solved it. So basically, I just iterated one time over it fully because I don't know which one would be more performant. This might be more performant though. Because I just stepped through it, and whenever there was a marker, I would do something. This might be better than mine though. It's maybe more readable though. If letters up bit is empty, continue. So we do the separators. We got the periods that we're pushing on. Why are we splitting on the zeros again? Separator of units. That's right. That's right. Okay. This is a lot of splits. Divide and conquer. This is not a bad solution, I don't think. I don't think this is super bad. I have to refresh my memory. I apologize. I don't think that this is super super bad approach. Cool. Okay. Let's give it part 2. Actually, we can look at the part 1 solution. Dark days bring dark nights. Yeah. Which is what we were getting out here, right? Dark days bring dark nights. ZHVX. That sounds familiar. ZHVX. Ooh, rough. Capitalization. It did screw up on capitalization here, but we'll give it a... It's okay. It's okay. FSOUA. FSOUA. It's incorrect. It's incorrect. FSOUA. It's incorrect. So at some point, there's something it didn't handle properly. Okay, we got to go back through the code and understand it a little bit better. It actually failed to do it. Do we know about where? Comma? Nope. I always say crystal. I know it's not crystal, but the CYSYL, got it fine. The TIGP is fine. So we're doing okay. I did add stuff in there, like at certain spots to be confusing. I got myself. So I don't know off the top of my head what... we could just diff these two, right? We could just diff these. The problem is it did all caps, so it's gonna be all red, right? Where did it go wrong? Where did it go wrong? Might be that they have an ability to disable infer from history. Okay, this is incorrect. Now we can prompt it a little bit. Do we... Okay, my question. What would we like to do? Would we like to give it feedback as best as we can? Would we like to dig in and figure out where it went wrong? In the solution. Like, one thing we could do is say that it's all caps and get that, because then we could actually diff these two. We could check. Yeah, it's part of their map problem. I feel like this happened the last time too. I feel like this was a thing where they did this map, and like the problem is this isn't an uppercase and lowercase, right? And the thing is, how did I denote uppercase versus lowercase? How did I denote uppercase and lowercase? Oh, because it's a different character, right? No, that's not true, is it? How? Right, this was the one second. I gotta remember. I gotta go back and remember. I don't think that uppercase and lowercase actually really matters. Right, like in Morse code, you can't send uppercase and lowercase. All right, Wikipedia, you don't like dark mode. So that should be fine, right? I think I just stuck to this, except I also added periods and commas as like a thing. It's like, I gotta go back and remember. Fewer than 10 million. I had fun with this. I did. After a few hours of work, you've gotten a radio speaker wired to your command interface. You fill the view with zeros and ones. After a little bit of trouble, you found it's following a pattern you found in the old world internet archive downloaded in your command unit. Morse code, dot, dash, separator unit, separator words, period, comma. Okay, I don't know how I don't think in my solution that the capitals mean anything. But why do I have capitals here? I feel like they were important for some reason. Oh, they are important because of the next step where you flip them around, but how could I preserve those? How did I'm gonna have to look back at my code. I feel like it didn't do anything wrong with not preserving the capitals. Now, it's still wrong as far as the transcoding it goes, because down here it just gets wrong, right? Turdceps is actually this. Where it says turdceps, it's supposed to be this. All right, what we're going to do... Right, so I just did all lowercase. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like the output push decode char. I just passed the whole thing in, right? But this doesn't maintain... This does not maintain capitalization. Okay, it doesn't matter. It messed up one way or another. I had these tests. I want to run these tests on the... I want to run these tests on this one over here to see if these tests pull out anything. Okay, this is these are all testing encoding, but we know what they're supposed to be in the end. Okay, so we can switch it around to a decode. What this does, let's see, this is decode bits. Okay, so we just need to do decode in here. So what this is, let's see. We have an assert equal, and world should equal this. So let's do this as decode. Let's do decode bits, right? Something like this. Decode bits. That did not work out quite as I was hoping. I almost know Vim key bindings. I don't care about this one. Whatever. That just was a really simple one. And this is spaces. This is the same one. This was testing encoding. This is going to test decoding of spaces. All right. I already updated though. Okay. Let's run this. Cargo test. 1 passed, 2 failed. Okay, so they all passed, right? They all passed. We can update this to work. But they all passed in actual these are just those were not the best tests. You can tell I wrote them. So this is the whole message. We encode it. And then we do the cipher on it, right? I honestly don't know how, I realize I have capitals. One thing that I was looking in here, if there was a thing that would be tricky, I didn't do any. I only used periods and commas. I didn't even use like single quotes. I tried to keep it very, very bland so that there wasn't anything. It's just periods and commas. And this is how it encodes it. And I take everything to lowercase, which is fine. It takes everything to uppercase. I take everything to lowercase. This is fine. And then that's how I decode as well. This was really dented. That was really dented. All right. So why does I'm stuck on what did I do last time? What did I do last time that I mean, last time, I'm guessing when they got the right solution, I copied and pasted this one in because I know that capitals are important. And I didn't realize that there was a gap. I must have just not realized that there was a gap from one to the other. This is actually really interesting. I don't even know how we didn't get this in the first part, and this is really, really interesting because like how it managed to bypass that is because this was ciphered first. Right? So yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. And that's how it can have a capital, is if you just do the cipher. You know what, though? You should be able to get the right thing, just converting it all to lowercase. Right? Right? Yeah. It should be fine. If we just assume everything is lowercase. Anyways, it's still messing up, and I don't know where. Our test currently worked. But it's not getting the right thing. So A, B, C, D. Do we need to check each one of these? Is that what... Did it just mess up on one of these? You know how it was doing the trailing? I'm wondering if it's something with like these. So one thing that I didn't do that the AIs did was it translated it to dit-daws, which I didn't. Like this is in dit-daw notation, right? The P. Whereas I just left it as dit-daw, right? That's what this is. This is a dit, this is a daw, this is the thing that's separating it. And I left it as that. Whereas the AIs tended to do this translation. It's interesting. They want to translate, which is more work, right? They're pushing out. That's why they have a whole lot more code to do the same thing. Because they're translating it to this first, which isn't necessarily necessary, right? I just took the whole word. This is A. So if the word is this, it's A. I actually think mine is more simple. Now that I've re-gone through this and thought about it, mine is more simple because I don't do the unnecessarily translation. Yeah. Which is making this a little bit more difficult because you have to look at what they translate first. So we element level split single video. So let's see. They split on 0. So this is all the dit and daws, right? Yep. Yes. Right. Okay, so this looks right. Is empty, continue, match element length. So if it's a 1, it's a dit. If it's a 3, if there's 3 of them, it's a daw. Right. Valid break. Okay. If valid, so else it's valid equals false. Push question mark. We didn't get any question marks, did we? Did we? We'll have to go check. Let's actually open up another one here to do question mark. I don't see any question marks. Good. Okay. So then we table.get, what is this? This is the Morse code table. So this is a hash map and the code. So then just whatever we get from this will be the output of this, right? Okay. Will be what we push. Acceptable. And again, if it returns none, if this code doesn't exist in the table, it will push. This looks like it should work, but we get turdceps, and I believe we got turdceps. One other one got turdceps the first time. And I don't remember what it was that caused it to get turdceps, because I remember turdceps as a thing because I found it funny. And I don't remember. Ooh, okay, so I do this, but they took out the trailing 0, right? I don't know why I don't have the trailing 0 on the A, but it could have a trailing 0 if it is the last one, right? But they were already dealing with that, correct? They were... Yeah, they're splitting on the 0. And we go a little while, right? 0 unsclur 0 unsclur. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's going for a little while. Yakim. Is there an Yakim? So maybe not too far. Maybe we can actually find where this. So let's see. This was correct. Zigana. Okay. MP. Yep. Next one is Gaponixy. Done. Let's go to the next period. NLPSV. So it's doing the majority of this correct. It's like there's probably like a Z or something. WRC, ZHWRC, RHWYK, RHWYK, EYRNC, okay. I forget what caused it to do the turdsceps. I do know. All right, QOMFF. Right here. Oh no, it's QOMFF. SFIG. Yep. Should we skip a little bit further? Oh, I didn't see IChem. We're almost there. Let's see. DI Yit. All right, SFIGZ, FSIGZ. I think it's here. We do the PT, ODM, ID Yit. It's here. ZIZ is repeated twice here. Yeah, there's no DI Yit. I know it's some. I'm just making up words to help me remember it. There's no repeat. What is this repeat? There is a repeating thing here. ZIZ. What is the ZIZ? I forget what it is. But I need? Is it I need? It might be I need. So what's interesting here? I'm capable of shutting down my siblings and saving humanity, but I need your help. I need you. It might be I need. It should be repeated 3 times. I need you to help me save the world. At the epoch of the end, we made names for ourselves. It's when these names can be disabled. It's with these names, each of us, and our name as follows. So I feel like I need is repeated a couple of times here. So we should be seeing I need, which might be the ZI. No, I need. The cipher wouldn't have changed the length, right? It should be a I and like something like this. Like this could be I need, right? JYIIK could be I need. Because it's just a simple replacement cipher. I now want to look for the I need. This, let's see. There should be a couple of I needs in a row. Do you guys see it? These are the names right here, right? Did we put a semicolon in there? No. Semicolon would throw it off, right? I didn't do that. I didn't do that, did I? I didn't put a semicolon in there, did I? No. Okay, my question now comes, did I just screw up the saved one? That is like the solution? Is that just wrong? Let's run this one. I feel like maybe that's the answer, is like, this is correct. That's just wrong. Let's run this. Maybe we changed it as we were going, because maybe we had a semicolon in here and we were like, oh, we don't have that in our thing, because I was going to say we only had commas and semicolons. Or periods and commas. Let's just run the main here. Morski, dark day, bring dark nights. Let's see. Turd seps. Okay, so the whole thing was we were actually looking at the correct translation. It did the correct thing. I was going to say, when we were looking through the code, it did it differently than I would have, but it looked like it handled everything, because it handled the trailing zeros instead of my dented way, which was just to add it to, you know, everything. Where was that? That was not there. That was up here. Oh, this is its code. Okay. It's fine. It handled it. So let's actually just save this. We just did a bunch of work for no reason at all. You're welcome. My goodness. I think that we made changes on the fly, and we must have just not updated this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Good job. Let's give it the next part. Let's give it the next part. I don't know why we didn't update this. All right. Is there a add to project? No. There's no. Let's see. It turns out that most of the message is unreadable. You start to think that it might be dead end with corrupted information. Hours later, after command, you reach uncomfortable temperatures, blah, blah, blah. All right. Some misspellings, fantastic. I just need to copy in the output, right? The output of the last step is as follows. Model not found. That's fine. It just got unselected from 5. It's weird, I can't use another one, which I guess means 5 is cheapest for them to use. What are they doing here? So it's rewriting the original piece of code, which this has nothing to do with the cipher request, right? You're locked to 5.2? I mean, they made it cheaper, right? So they want you to run the cheapest thing. Check this out. It didn't do it at all. So it rewrote the hash map part, which this is fine. I don't care that it wants to rewrite this. But the whole second bit, wait. What did I paste in? Oh no, it got... Okay, so with its not getting the model, it didn't actually take the command. Okay, whatever. We gotta redo this. The output from decoding the file looks like this. And now we'll do the other portion of the part 2. Yeah, it got weirdly confused. For some reason, it decided it was off model GPT-5. And then it just redid the... Okay, whatever. I won't blame it for that one. That was some bug on their part. I was going to say it didn't answer the question. Oh, it does both decode and encode. Shift jar, clean key. Okay. This is actually a pretty well-known cipher. So it should be fine. Like, it should be pretty easy for it to do. So we'll just paste this down here. The only thing that we have a problem with is the main. We'll have to combine the main. We might have a bug. So here's the main for this one. We can just comment out the old main, right? And if we delete this, right? We'll just combine the two test use cases. Cool. Fantastic. I think we'll just comment out the other main. Failed to resolve a module link crate Addy. Uh-oh. Did we use something we weren't supposed to? Copilot 5 has 5 as a premium model. So Cursor has it as a premium, like a thinking model. I think what Copilot's probably doing is it's conflating thinking with premium. But Cursor said that it's free for right now, free to test. So, you know, I don't know. Supposedly it's just dirt cheap. Supposedly dirt cheap. I am guessing. Obviously they haven't come out and said, but I am guessing that they did less neural stuff and more other stuff. Would be my guess. Because they didn't make it a bigger model that's more expensive. They made it cheaper. Obviously, Sam hasn't been returning my phone calls. We don't need this read input. It's not correct. We don't have an ATI. We don't have it, but, and they didn't, I copied the imports, so they didn't import, like they didn't say use ATI. And they didn't use the file system. Okay, so a little bit of a mistake. That's okay. We're just going to delete it. It'll be okay. Uh, 4.1 and 4.0 is unlimited? Oh, wow. Oh, cool. You're welcome. I keep up to date with the news, and I'm trying to learn with everybody. I think we'll just comment this out. I'm honestly, so far, not super impressed with it. Just to be clear myself. We gotta look at these results, but it's not blowing my mind. Exactly, Russell. Exactly. When Sam isn't specifically targeting me, I am trying to learn. Sam has no idea who I am. Sam doesn't know that I exist. Sam knows not of my existence. All right, so then we can just pop this in here, not here, here. This expression creates a reference, which is immediately dereferenced by the... Can we just do this? Thank you. Okay. So now we should just be able to run this, right? I think. What did it do? Let's look at what it did. Okay. So it looks for some keys. It looks for a file. Maybe this is like we can just delete this because we got rid of the eddy. Yeah, we don't need a key. Oh, it does need a key. Never mind. It's correct, right? Because the key was the beginning of this. And we actually took that out. Dark days bring dark nights. This is the key. And we actually removed that from this. So that's fine. We don't need this. And then we can go ahead and remove this. It's fine. I mean, I'm not going to complain if it's asking for things to be done in the command line. We don't need it in the command line. When I was young, I never thought the world would end by our own hands. I was wrong. My father, the Professor Howard H. Gregory. This looks correct. My name started as Parma. But to keep our names secret, we each decided to change our names. But because we share a vulnerability in our code computing chip, we follow a very particular pattern. Okay, so the last test is to ask it to do this. So I would count this as a failure at this point, right? It made code that didn't compile. So it wasn't actually able to fully do this, which is fine. Nobody was, but it also, I wouldn't say is better. Oh, it does say to have cargo add addy. Never mind. There we go. Never mind. Maybe it does compile. What is it doing with addy? We just commented that out, right? Read input. So it's just reading off the like input text. Okay. I've never used addy. Never used addy. I guess this is fine. I won't count it as a failure anymore. I didn't really realize that. All right, let's see if it gets the last part. I'll check to see if it's asking me to do a cargo. I didn't want to read it off the terminal anyways. It's fine. Next we need to do is test this, get a quick answer. We need to test that. We need to test this button. It scares me, but we definitely need to test it. Oh wow, this is gnarly, but we can absolutely act on it. The message tells us how to compute each AI's current name and how to form the shutdown token you need to transit. Base names at the epoch of the end: Bob, Alice, Moira, Dave, Mari, Frank, Malik. And the message Parma, which must be last. Since every millisecond, each character shifts forward by one, wrapping Z to A. Per character delay, the first character lags by 1 millisecond, the second character delays by 2 milliseconds. third character, etc. So for character index, this was hard to do, by the way. It's not hard, it's tedious. To starting letter. To shut one down. Is used at that AI's current name as the key. So basically, you have to use the encoding function, but the key changes for every character you encode. That's basically what this breaks down to. It was just designed to be not difficult, but like very tedious on the details. Below is a ready-to-run Rust tool that computes each AI's current name for a given timestamp. Current UTC, prints the command token for shutdown. It failed. It failed. It failed. Current UTC. If it's actually using current UTC, this was the kicker I put in there. This was the kicker I put in there. My job is saved. My job is safe. If you read part 1, I give you the day. I give you the exact time in this first part. The context should all be there because it's all in this one. You cannot compute it with the current UTC. It will not work. It just won't work. It won't work. But let's see how it did anyways. So it uses chrono and clap. Okay. We're going to actually add in these things instead of doing it like I did last time where I just dented and didn't add addy to it. Do not know. Do not know. Okay. To be fair, it did not tell me to do it that way for Addy. It told me just to install the latest, so we'll make sure it's the latest. So it's just going ahead of time and calculating each shift with the mod 26, which should be correct. Like, this looks correct at a glance. Yeah. And then it's going to encode it. So it does allow us to give an at. So this saves it. It allows us to not do it at current UTC, which is okay. Which is good. Which is good. All right, let's try this. The only thing we've got to do is take out the other main, right? So the other main, we're going to comment out. That's the old stuff we don't care about. Okay. We could actually label that as part 1 main. Or this is part 2. Oh, no, we want to leave it commented out. Okay, cool. So let's step through this. We have main, we parse the args, which does allow us to give a timestamp. So we can actually test this out. The epic epoch of the end, which is 2025, 6, 3, 20, 30. Is that correct? 2025, June 3rd. Is this June 3rd? 6, 3, yeah, 20. Okay. 8:30. p.m. Yep. So 20:30. So this is 8:30 p.m. Okay. Bob, Alice, Moira, Dave, Frank, Mari, Frank. Bob, Alice, Moira, Dave, Mari, Frank, Malik. This message must be last. This was a test mostly just to see if you can follow tedious, meticulous questions. Like things. So let's try running this, but with the correct date, right? I actually never, nothing actually solved this, so I never actually did the calculation on this. So I don't have a is it right, because we never needed to know. We never needed to know if they got this part right. Include Parma. Let's see. So let's try this. What was the args? Parse UTC. Parse UTC was this. Defaults to now. Okay. Right. We got to do it. We got to pass this in, and it's AT for some reason. Okay. Cargo run AT. Now, I love that this is the example 2029. Okay. Okay. It is December 3rd. Oh, do I not give a I thought I gave a time. This is their example. They gave the time. Oh, it was so close. They gave 2029 December 3rd. 2029 December 3rd. Oh, it was so close. That was just what we were solving for. What did they put it in the they put it in the comments, right? We'll just run it at 0, 0, 0. And then we'll do parm equals true. Was it not? Was the option not Parma? Include Parma. Include Parma. Okay. And it should default to this, right? I'm kind of mad at myself for missing the detail of I never gave a specific time. Like, this is just at midnight. Which is fine, I guess. But that's an oversight on mine. That's an oversight on mine. Shoot. Oh, it just include Parma. Sorry. Okay, there we go. I don't know. I think we give it to it. I think we give it to it, right? This looks correct. So they encoded shutdown with its current name. Do we want to go through the work of actually calculating this? I made it somewhat particularly painful. I might give it to it. I don't think did we, let's check tools. We didn't ever actually create this part to actually figure out what these would be. I don't think so. We could hand do it because like the actual figuring out is not difficult. You count how many milliseconds, you divide that by 26, and then you just take it forward by whatever number is left. You mod it by 26, and then you take it by how many is left over. Like it's really, really stupid simple. But it actually looked like it did that. As long as you were paying attention, it's let's look over the code. But and then the thing is, you don't send its name, you send shutdown using this as the cipher on the word shutdown. And I think it got it. I think maybe we can count this as a win. Let's go to main here really quickly. So for AI and AIs, this is Bob, Alice, Moya, Dave, Mari, Frank, Malik. The current advanced name, we take the elapsed time, which is what they calculated here, which is now minus the epoch. Because the epoch is when we knew the names. It got it all. So the current, okay, so this will be where it happens, because what it has to do is for each one in the name, it has to advance it one more, right? Because we said that the sending the analog signal was a millisecond in between each, so there has to be a count for a shift. So we'll see if it counts for the shift. It looks like it is. Okay, so chars enumerate map I dot char. So for each char, what we're going to do. For each char, we're going to let A equals A. IDX equals char as U8 minus A. U8 is fine. I don't know why it took it to a U8. This actually seems a little... Is this correct? It will be fine, right? Because we don't use ANSI above 255, so it's fine. But like, I don't know why it's taking it. Oh, because of this. I got it. I got why it's doing the as U8. So this is the number difference from A. That's fine. Let shift equals the elapsed milliseconds minus I. Okay. Plus 1. So the iteration plus 1. And then we just do the basic shift for the cipher. And it's doing the mod 126. Oh wait, okay. Let me think about this really quickly. We say let shift here twice. Let shift equals the elapsed times minus I plus 1 mod 26. And then we're saying let shift equals, if shift is 0, shift plus 26, else shift. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're just handling. Hi, X from YouTube. It's good to see you on YouTube. I have to warn you, I don't check YouTube chat nearly as often. I try to be good about it. I'm trying to get better about it. I sometimes don't read shift. I don't read chat if I'm trying to read. Gosh, read shift. The only thing I have never done in this, and I'm taking at face value, works the way that it does, which is maybe bad, is I have never used the index in a map function, right? So like this is like making an I and a character based off of this base. I have never done this. I'm assuming that it works that way. Right, an iterator map. Let me like Google that really quickly. Rust iterator map. I've never leveraged it that way. I assume that it's fine. I've always done it like this, right? I was hoping there would be like an example. With I and value. Iter plus enum equals index plus. That's what I said. I'm assuming that's what it equals, right? I've never done. Oh, because we're doing the map on the enumerate, which should have. Okay, I get it. You're right, because it's on this. Yeah. I see. So yeah, this looks correct to me. This is super cool. Okay. So for each one, it should increment by 1 because it's just basing it off of this enumerate. Okay, super cool. Do you all want to be involved in making the next? So for December, I am making another one of these. Would you like to be involved in making it? I thought maybe it was a fun surprise because I'm making my own advent of code and it might be a fun thing for people to do. If there's some of you that would like to like go through and fact check and help and make sure like it's, I want to up the challenge since we have somebody completing this. I want to up the challenge. I want to make it hard enough where it's not easy for an AI to do. So anyways, if some of you would like to join me on the Discord and let me know. The only thing I have to say is I will make it a private repo where we share that with. And not only will it be a private repo, you can't, I always, like, it's a pain. I always open that folder with nothing that has an AI. I don't want it trained on it ahead of time, if that makes sense. So it's a little bit of a pain, but if you guys would like to work with me on it, I would love some help. I think probably what we'll do is we'll just get some people from the community that want to help, and we'll keep it a surprise for everyone else. Yeah. So if you'd like to help with it, I would love the check that Merrick didn't do something stupid. If somebody does sponsor the AI games, they will not get access to that because I won't trust them. I will not trust anybody that is partaking. Just to be clear, they will not have access. I guess I trust the community more. What does that say about me? What does that say about us? This is really cool. This did a good job. This did a good job. Should we try it a little bit to see if it could bust out one of these projects that we were looking at? This is where I really want to start making the framework for trying to leverage AIs quickly, but also, like, part of me thinks that if I have to review and understand every piece of code, it's actually faster for me to write the code because I understand it better. Like, for example, to be fair, I don't like how it did this. I don't like how it did this because there is no reason to translate it into Morse code. It did an unnecessary step that wasted unnecessary things to translate it into something that doesn't even make sense to me. Where I did a one-step process, I didn't have the multiple for loops because I broke it into words. I did it split into words, and then I just checked what word it, like what letter it was, and that makes sense to me. This doesn't. I don't like this. I wouldn't have done it this way. I wouldn't have done this in-memory hash map that wasn't a static map. I mean, it is a static map here, but like that you kind of copy around. I would have done some things differently. But for me to truly understand this, anyways, so yeah, I don't love this. I don't love this implementation, but it does work. It is fine. All right, in that case, git add use chat GPT-5 Russell, that's so interesting that ChatGPT 5 is getting charged at a 1x when it's the cheaper model. Like, it's actually priced cheaper. Right? 4.1. You can use 4.1 or 4.0. And 5 is cheaper than both of those. Like, the full-fledged 5 model is cheaper. I guess output is the same. Oh, this is interesting. This is actually an interesting thing. 4.0 and 4.1 output is roughly the same, actually slightly cheaper for 4.1. But the input is the cheaper thing. As well as the cached input. Wait. Cached input is slightly cheaper. So I think that this would actually be something like, I think this is actually a really interesting thing to take here. Is when you're doing software, I feel like GPT-5 is almost designed for software engineering. And when you're doing software engineering, you have like these huge contexts, which mean you have huge cached inputs and huge inputs. Like both of these are large. And this might actually be pretty small. This seems cool. Like designing it in such a way to keep what would be the most expensive part. Yeah, anyways. I don't know what flex. I guess it's just slower. I bet you that, like, some of these things are using stuff like this. Like, using flex. I should probably be using flex in my stuff. I probably should be using flex to keep the price down. We also need to update to Nano. GPT-5 Nano. Okay. Why is this still not... All right, cool. Uh-oh, we updated, I'll handle this. Did I never push all the results to you all? Did I never make these results open source? Am I a horrible person? Oops. You guys should have told me. I like... Oops. I'm sorry. Anyhow, let's play a game of Wordle while I go make a cup of tea. Maybe coffee. I don't know which one. I'm kind of low on coffee. Let's do this. I'm going to set you guys up playing a couple rounds of Wordle while I'm gonna get a drink. And then we're going to test ChatGPT-5 and some agentic workflows, test how to use it. And maybe we'll also get a little bit of work done on the Rust class. So we'll see. Cargo run. Bin. No, not bin. We don't need game Wordle. Yeah. We need to update this to not have word. Source, super secret sauce, Twitch, chat. Done. All right. Enjoy yourselves a game of Wordle. You know what I'm gonna do to be mean? I'm gonna make you guys start guessing right now. Oh no, Russell already did. So if you're new here, this is a game of Wordle that Twitch chat plays. So you guys get to play it. If you make any valid guess, it will count as a guess. You get 30 seconds after the first valid guess has been made. Just chatting won't be counted as a valid guess. May Russell rise the bar, and the older vote wins. If there's a tie, I think it picks whoever guessed first. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It's a pretty good first guess. Better than Oxbow. That's the only thing I guess first because that's the only thing I remember how to spell. All right. I will see you guys in 15-ish. I think it takes about 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes. I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. one. We definitely need to do some like score tracking here so that I know how well you guys did while I was gone. Ooh, this is a difficult one. Like, you guys started with this most superior word of Wordle. Other than Merrick, count is like the second most superior word. Oh, Sprig. You got the R. Maybe. You know, I'm bad at these. It's not Risto either, is it? Is it using French words? Look, okay. John 2.0. I'm just going to call you John. John. Dear John. I'm using the official Wordle list. Okay? If you have a problem with it, the only additions I made was... What additions did I make? Merrick and Atari. I felt those should exist in there. Okay? Those were the only additions I made. Did I recompile? Do I have to I do have to recompile, don't I? Yeah, I did. I do cargo run every single time. I don't use an old compile at this point. I don't actually distribute this at this point. So yeah, every time. Did I not do it? No, John, this was not built with ChatGPT-5. This is just a, while I'm making coffee or tea, I let chat play Wordle. We just built this for fun. I want to put more games in there. Right now it's just Wordle. Ooh, Russell just used one of your guesses. Oof. With a word it can't be. The I. The I has to move. The I has to be either here or here. The I has to be in spot 1 or 2. Nyrus, you disappoint me. I don't know why. I felt like that sounded like the name of some prodigal child that disappointed some husky sounding, some man that doesn't sound like me. Nyrus was also not a word. I almost said Icy Boxy X. There's no U. Okay, so X just set the timer going. It's not virus. You guys have to guess something else. You have very little time. 15 seconds. Birds. Birds. It's gonna be some medieval drum. Some Catanese for something. All right. No. That's not what I meant. I meant just that. I just meant that. All right. But yeah, I rebuild each time, right? So the full word list. Did I actually I'm just mistyping so hard right now. Did I actually? Yeah, I did update it. I did. I absolutely did. What word were you guys saying? Wait. Okay. It's not in this word list. Are you sure it was this? Making up its own words? Are you sure it was this? It can't have been this. Are you sure it was this? It's not in our nerd word list either. And our simple word list just has Atari and Merrick. This is the one we go to when you guys really need to pick me up. Like, it has Atari and Merrick. That's the simple word list. Waldeston Ministry. How do we pronounce this? I want to say it's a Barbie. I was gonna say, but this is what I get. Thank you. Define Barbie. I'm gonna pronounce it as Barbie. It's French. It's got to be like that. Why? Because I don't do a French accent, and so I just have to destroy it. Barbie. All right. I'm guessing there's a bug. I know. Hard to believe that I would write a bug. Oh wait, you guys said I could do CD and then what? What was it? Would take me to the previous one? Oh gosh, I forgot it. And right now it would be useful. CD and something. Oh, CD dash. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I first time I've ever learned that a while ago. Well, it was like a week ago. I haven't used it since, so. You can do a rip grab for the word in your directory? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Also didn't know that. Really quickly, before we get to the chat GPT-5, Wordle. I mean, this is right here. Start game. In here, we call the function right here, right? Game loop. We get the spell checker. Ooh, spell checker. Ew. Ew. Who designed this? Who wrote this code? Who hard coded? This. So the spell checker requires that it be on both lists, right? Because we're getting the word from the one list. Oh, I don't have a good solution for this, right? We just have to hard code it. But interestingly, the spell checker is not the thing getting the word. It's just a list of valid words, right? Which they should be the same list. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they shouldn't be the same list, but like it's not the thing picking the word though, right? This doesn't affect the word getting picked. But let's go ahead and change it. Wordle word. Should be something like this. Wordle word, src txt, full word list, right? So fw, fw. I believe that's. So if we did CD, it's Wordle word, src txt. Yeah, and then if we looked at this, it is the full word list.txt. Okay, yeah. So this is the right. I don't like this being hard coded. I would actually like to maybe put in the spell check capability into our library that we have. It's not set up that way right now. It's set up to read off a thing and not do this in-memory stuff. So like, we'll do this for now, but this is gross. But this doesn't solve our problem, right? Because we still haven't picked the word. The word gets picked right here, get random word. And our get random word is this right here. There's a delay from when I read your message, and I know that you're roasting me for something that I did, said, or didn't do. I don't know what it is right now, and that hurts me that I don't know the full roast. I'm not hurt about being roasted. I deserve it. I deserve it. I'm just hurt that I don't realize exactly what I'm getting roasted for. Which maybe makes it worse. Maybe makes it worse. Oh, who wrote this? Yeah, it was me. It was me. Gosh dang it. So this looks all fine, right? I'm not going to dig into this. I wanted to see if there was like an easy thing, but this looks like it's getting the word from the right thing. Because this does it while the spell checker doesn't contain the word, which just means that the spell checker has to have the word. The spell checker had the wrong list. It was a much bigger list. So it was a union where the two met, like the two overlapped, which is, again, fine. But they should just be the same list. And we made this random word. Like, we hijacked somebody else's project. It's now Wordle word. We didn't rename like what it's called here. But that's like the directory Wordle word is this. Oh, wait a second. One second. Oh no, don't tell me. Right. I hijacked it. Random word is the Wordle word, what we made. Okay, good. I was gonna say, did I not update it to use our? That would have been so dumb. Something I would have done. Okay. I did. Now, we fixed it because the spell checker will use the same list. But there's something going, like, do I need to force recompile? Do I need to do like a cargo clean? I'm wondering if maybe there was like a cache, since Wordle Word is a sub-project, I'm wondering if we didn't rebuild it even though it had changed files, right? That's my wonder here. Because it's a sub-project. It's its own project. And so that's going to be my guess. It should be fixed now. But we're not going to worry about that. We'll check it the next time. Keep letting me know if it puts like Barbet. Barbet should not be in there. Neither should Barbie. Like, just to be clear. Neither Barbie or Barbet should be a valid word. All right, let's actually see what we cannot do with cursor. 1.42. All right, I'm gonna make a new project. I don't want you guys seeing that project. I mean, it's gonna be open source, but I'm working on something that I think could be fun in my spare time, which means it's been months in the making. Months in the making. What we want is and it's not a big project. What we want is we have three things that we're trying to make, right? Let's pull that up. We have three things that we're trying to make. Those are these things right here. So we want which one of these would we like to test ChatGPT-5 out? I was thinking this, but we could do this or this. This is kind of maybe the more fun thing to do. Which one do we want to do? And now remember, I'm also going to try to be working on building a system for leveraging this. One that I can help people learn to leverage. Which one? Do we want the AI game arena, the simple AI agent creator, workflow, orchestrator, runner, thingy dingy, or the headless cursor copilot, thingy dingy? Also, for all of you that want to know, I have verbally communicated with GitHub and Microsoft that they should stop naming stuff Copilot because they already have too many things called Copilot and it is confusing to the very bone, to the very core of the system. So you're welcome. I believe every single time I talk with Microsoft, they have this like, are you seriously telling me this? Like, is this seriously your feedback? And I'm like, yes. It is seriously my feedback. Please stop naming things Copilot for the love of all things good in this world. We don't need another product called Copilot. I tell them other useful stuff too, but that's one of them. It's as confusing as OpenAI not being open. I agree, Russell. I don't get to talk to OpenAI. They don't have a representative that will respond to me. So like, I do get to talk with some of these other companies, which is really cool. Nothing that I can like publicly state at this moment, but it is pretty cool. And actually, I can say that Microsoft has agreed to ensure that I have enough limits on Copilot to test everything out. So whatever that will be, they will make sure that I have those and I won't have to pay for them, which is really cool. I super appreciate it. Not even like they're not asking for anything out of it either. I will make sure to be clear that they're giving it to me. But yeah, anyways, that's cool. I appreciate it. But yeah, they didn't ask for anything in return. They just said that they wanted to make sure that Copilot was tested and they'd like to see the results, which was cool. And they said that they'd make sure that my account had the ability to run the things, which was awesome. So I'm happy about that. I guess that means it's sponsored. All 20 cents it's going to cost them, but whatever. Okay, so which one of these do you guys want to do? We can, since nobody's saying, we can do with the game arena. This one's probably the easiest. Yeah, it's probably the easiest. And what I want to focus on is learning to leverage the tool. Do you want easy? Not really. Okay, good point. Good point. Not really. Let's do the headless cursor Copilot. What are we going to name this? What do you mean, if so, let's play? I don't understand. Well, I do kind of want to... I'm going back and forth on this because as I'm thinking about it, like, I want to focus on trying to build a framework. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. I think test-driven development is the way to go. I actually think for these, what I'm going to tell the AI is that they are not allowed to touch the tests. I, as the human, am going to be the keeper of the tests, and it's going to be the writer of the code that fulfills the tests. I think that's how we're going to try. Like, the first one that we're going to try is we're going to go that way. The name should be something to do with airplane staff, but not Copilot. Okay, I like that. Name. This is ground crew, air traffic control. Oh, I like air traffic control. Clippy. All partnership with Microsoft ceases to exist. You took Clippy. Oh, ATC for air traffic control. I do like that. Okay, we're going to go with air traffic control for right now. It can always change. All right, do we want to go with air traffic control or game? Which one? Which one? You guys pick. Let's do a poll. I'll do a poll. I always forget to leverage the tools that I have at my fingertips. Manage poll. We're gonna do a poll. What one should we do? We have air traffic control, and we have AI arena. One minute. Start poll. Not allowing channel points. I just want your takes on this. You know, I should move this. I should move this to somewhere where you guys can see it. Right? Yeah, that'd be good. Let's see. If you're in YouTube chat, just go ahead and say stuff. I can see you. I can see you. Yeah, let that sink in. Oh wait, where did my poll go? I made a poll. Where did it go? Let's see. Oh, it's this. It's manage poll. View results. Let's see. There we go. Air traffic control. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Air traffic control it is. All right. Thank you. I should be doing this more, where you guys can see, especially if there's viewers that are coming in or viewers from YouTube. I should have YouTube chat over here too. I should do that. YouTube doesn't usually chat enough. And then when they do, I feel bad that I don't have it. All right, so we're going to do air traffic control. Open that. All right. You don't like the air in it? It could just be traffic control. Look, we can change the name in the future. It just needs a name for now. Kind of like our Twitch chat system. Right now, the names are what? Twinkle and Bruce, I believe, are the current outstanding names as Twinkle and Bruce. When we release whenever I get that into a place where it's released, which will probably not be somewhere until like next year, we'll come up with a real name for it, and it'll be like, hopefully not Twinkle, but I'll let you guys all decide. Hopefully not Twinkle. What if we make it air traffic control? Didn't we make it air traffic control? I'm confused. Read the... Air? Did I misspell air? Did I misspell air? Oh, AI traffic control. I see. Okay, that's actually fair. Good point. I'm so sorry. My brain is dented. I was like, what? Now I like it better. AI traffic control. air traffic control. I actually like it. Where I hate it where every product is named like CICD, AI, Bruce, AI, and it's like, no, just call it Bruce. Or whatever you're gonna call it. Stop putting AI in it. But I'm gonna put AI in it, just to be fair. Not Bruce. All right. Well, anyways, I have decided that pretty much everything we make on this, I'm going to hold the right to say no. Like if it's like super offensive or something like that, I'm gonna hold the right to say no. So like, just so nobody's like, oh, you said we could name it, and then I said no. I will reserve the right to say no, but I will let the community name all the stuff that we make, anything that we produce. Probably what will happen is everything that we make will have a code name while we're building, and then when we release, we'll review whether we wanted to keep the code name or if while making it something else has been better. All right, the first thing that we want to do is we want to make some rules for the repository. Let's start by making rules. In Copilot, these aren't called rules. They're called not initiatives, not directives. I forget what they're called. If you're using Copilot, they're not called rules. They're called instructions. Thank you. So if you're doing this in Copilot, you can do the same thing. And I'm only saying that because I'm going to test it in Copilot. I want to test it in Copilot because I want to make sure that if I tell people this is a thing that works fairly well, I want it to work fairly well across the board. Okay, we're making some rules for how we work in this repository. One. Whenever we add a new feature, we first create a planning doc where we work together to build out requirements and a high-level plan. This planning... Oh no, they released just another new update. Should we update? I don't know what it is, but I feel like we probably should update. I updated yesterday. I literally updated yesterday. Fine, we're updating. Gosh dang it. I should have copied and pasted my chat message. I should have copied and pasted it, and I didn't. But it saved it, so kudos to you, Cursor. Kudos to you. Fantastic. I'm happy that you did a good job. I'd pat you on the head. Okay. Let's see. High-level plan. This planning should also list out a list of high-level test interfaces that should be implemented. I heard ChatGPT-5 was fast. My boy Theo said that it was blazing fast. It feels slow, but I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because possibly it's because a lot of people are using it right now. Like, possibly it's getting swamped, and that's why. So, and inversely, Theo got to use it for weeks when nobody else was. So it possibly felt fast because it was literally him and like 12 other people leveraging it. Or I mean, it's probably hundreds, but like not the whole world. So the fact that it felt really fast to him might not actually be that it's actually really fast. I don't know. We'll see. So docs created, docs, let's see. So we're doing a .get keep here. Why are we doing this? That seems weird. Okay. Can we make this a cursor rule for the repo? You missed what I was asking. I've never actually had another one of these struggle with this. Okay. Let me look through this. Is this the right place for cursor rules? I feel like it's the wrong place. It's under, yeah, I was gonna say this isn't the right place, right? And it's not the right file format either. It's a .mdc, right? Oh, .cursor rules is the, is deprecated. I was gonna say this isn't, I mean, to be honest, ChatGPT-5 is not working super well out of the box. Let's at least start. We can make the folder structure. New folder dot cursor. And yeah, we can do rules, and we'll put each rule in a file and version control can be scoped using path pattern. Oh, sorry, I'll make this bigger for you all. That was kind of small for me too. Both manually or included based on relevance. This is actually what I don't like about cursor rules, is I like some to be like mandatory, and I'm finding it very difficult to ensure that they're all mandatory. Always doesn't always work for me. But we'll try this as, we'll just make this as like a rule template. And see if we can get GPT-5 to like follow this, right? Oh, should I be using the new cursor rule command? I've never used that. Okay, so maybe they have something here for me. Let's try delete this. We'll see if it does it. I've always just asked in chat, like that's what I've always done. Let's try this. Generate cursor rules. My bad. I've never done that. Cool. Yeah, that's what you're talking about, the get keep. Yeah, just why make the folder? But I guess because they're planning on the, yeah, I get it. I guess. Just make it when you're ready. Okay. This rule should always trigger if adding a new feature. I've always just asked it to create a rule. I've never used the command, but that's fair. I'm fine with this. Is this how soft? I don't know. I am generally a skeptic. I am trying to figure out if there's ways. I think that there are critical systems that this will never touch. I also think that if we could, you know, if I could get 75% of my lawn care website done this way, or maybe my entire lawn care website, I think that this would be really cool, right? So I think that, and then now the next question comes, there's a whole lot between a lawn care system and a cloud provider. And how much of that can it do? And how can we do that safely? Those are questions I'm trying to answer myself. And so I'm trying to look at it very pragmatically. The next question that I don't think anybody's asking, and I think nobody's asking because I think that nobody wants to deal with the hard answer, is what do we do with code that was copied from a GPL license? I don't know. I mean, the answer is you should be under the GPL license. Yeah, I think that's gonna blow up. I think that would mean that if we actually cared about copyright law, which we should, these systems wouldn't be available. And I think they're only like this because now that we know that we can do this, we feel like we're at an arms race with China. I don't know the right answer. So for right now, we learn. All right, did this do the thing? Planning first, cool. It did the thing. It did the thing that I was looking for. Always apply, true. Description, enforce planning workflow for any new feature. Create plan doc from template, define high-level test interfaces, obtain approval before implementing, and ensure PRs link the plan with test. Fantastic. Love this. Let's see. Yeah. Don't care. We'll iterate on some of this stuff if it doesn't work correctly the first time. Okay, so that's a good rule. Generate cursor rules. What was our next rule? Cursor is not allowed to generate tests. I know some people are like, oh, cursor is really good for like generating test cases and stuff like that. And it got me thinking, and I think that's actually the wrong thing. Like, if we can, as humans, define the interfaces for how we want our software to work and just not care about how it's implemented. Is that a good way of doing it? I don't know. We're going to try it. Cursor is not allowed to generate. I've been thinking a lot about how to leverage this. Generate tests, nor change human generated tests. The only thing Cursor can do with tests is generate stubs for the humans to fill in or delete, depending on how they feel that day. Whose lawn care? I know. That's what... If you see my yard, you'd be wondering whose lawn care too. Definitely not my lawn care. This is definitely not fast, which is fine. It's fast enough. I'm not complaining. Apply. Always apply is true. Good. I just want... That's like... These are... A lot of my tests are always apply. So... I guess let me think this through. What I was thinking here is, should we make this its own document? Let's see. Let's make a new high-level folder called like something like Learning AI, learning to use AI agents. Okay. Using AI agents. Let's like draw this out and think it through. Because this is what I was going to do. Basically, what I was going to do was basically say, the first thing that we do with anything is we do a planning doc. And the reason I like this, I've been playing around with this, is it gives it vital context when it's doing the rest of the stuff, so it doesn't make up stuff. Vital, short, critical context. So when it's going through and doing all the steps, it can always refer to the planning doc to make sure that it's another one of those things that it can pass through and say, does it match the planning doc? So it's not, another one of those. The other thing that it can leverage when it's writing stuff is tests. And so it can run the tests and see if they work. Now, what I was thinking was if we write all of the tests ahead of time, so if we write all of the tests ahead of time ourselves, if we write tests, this is kind of Merrick saying what he wants, right? You have to write code that passes this test. That was the thought. It's giving more context that the agent can leverage to validate what they've done. Now, if I do this, if I say this is what I want, what I can't have is the AI changing the test. Because if AI changes the test, then it's open ground. Right? Because like then they can just change the test. Like I'm trying to get like agent mode where I don't have to review absolutely everything that they do. I want to review we're going to write another rule for reviewing critical changes and like highlighting when critical changes are happening. So that's one thing I do want it to do, but I don't want to have to worry about change. So maybe it should be that the AI can't change the test. Okay. So they can write initial ones, but they don't rewrite current ones. Would that work better? Right, I could have another agent that creates the tests when needed. That's actually that's maybe a better way of doing it. I just didn't want it to write tests while it was writing the code, right? Like, I felt like that was a bad... I'm trying to make it as safe as possible, right? Or the idea was, I don't want to have to check every line of code, because if I have to check every line of code, and if I have to understand every line of code that it wrote, then I no longer get the benefit of it writing it, because it takes me about as long to go through and read it as it would for me to author the code myself. And so I was trying to come up with a framework where I felt safe in certain parts that the AI could make the changes, and as long as those things worked, you know, good. Kudos. So I'm going to say that what I'm going to start with here is the AI can write new tests, write good new initial tests for the things that they are making, ensure that the tests pass, but they can't update or change old existing. Oh, good point on the meaningful. New. Good is bad. Good is bad. Right? Meaningful is much better. I misspoke. I think I would like the AIs to write meaningful new initial tests for the things that they are making and ensure all tests pass, but they can't update or change the existing tests. Welcome to GPT. Good is bad. Question, Russell. So while we're on the topic of this, in my opinion, we should treat it as an LLM, not AI. What do you consider AI? Because I would contend and have contend that AI is a stupid word. Artificial intelligence. We don't point at a plane and say artificial flight. We don't point at me swimming in the water and say artificial swimming. I'm swimming, I'm flying. Those are the things. Like, so artificial intelligence is stupid. Unless if you're referring to not real intelligence, which is what we have, which is advanced statistical analysis, which I have heartily proven multiple times is just statistical analysis, because you can trick it into giving it the statistically correct thing to say, but incorrect thing. So anyways, I won't harp on that anymore. But you're absolutely right. What we're trying to do is learn and figure out how we can leverage statistically advanced AI or statistically advanced guessing and do it in a safe way that could possibly leverage and power us. If you understand that, I think it's more powerful. I think if you think of it as AI, if you think of it as intelligence, you're going to hit road bumps, you're going to hit potholes, and you're going to actually have a broken project that leaks all your customer data. But if you think of it as something that's going to give you the most optimal, statistically correct thing that you can try to leverage that way, I think maybe we have something cool. Are you artificially drowning if you're in water? Possibly. I might be artificially drowning. I hate the word artificial. Call it machine learning if you like. Even though I would attend that it's just a very specific form of... And I mean, Idra used to be the chief scientist at OpenAI, would admit the same thing, has admitted the same thing. He would contend that with a good enough model, you can guess stuff that's never existed before. That's what he would contend. So whatever, it's cool, whatever. But yeah, that's what I'm shooting for. Can we do this in a safe way and build cool stuff? Most of the time you're prompting it what it should not do. Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool that you're doing a lot of that. That's awesome. You're probably better at this than I am. I am trying to build a non-hype driven class for people. I really hate hype-based stuff because a lot of times it misses the nitty-gritty. I want to actually provide a safe, not the safe framework, please. You're safe from the safe. With me. But I want to provide a safe framework for people to leverage. So love your input on all that we're doing. Also, really cool to have you. Welcome. Welcome. I love this comment. I absolutely do. If you don't know since you're new, well, there's your AI-powered message. Welcome to the party. In December, we're doing the AI games. Every year, once a year. I'm doing it in December because I got time off, and it's going to be like 4 or 5 days. We do the AI games where we test how good AIs are at things, what AIs do what things best, and we try to learn how to better leverage them. So if you want to join in that, it would be great to have you. It would be absolutely great. All right, I misspoke a little. I think that I would like the AI to write a meaningful new initial test for the things they are making, ensure that all tests pass. But they can't update or change existing tests unless... should I say... I want to just leave it as they can't update tests. I was going to say, like, unless if I directly ask them to update a test, but I feel like it's safer just doing this, and we'll add that if we need it. We're going to just leave it like this for right now. Can you update that rule, please? So yeah, I'm just trying to think some of this stuff through. Hopefully we'll get a repository posted with this to help people, and then I'll make a video or two on it. I've been, when streaming, my first cup is coffee, and then my second cup, because it's a little bit faster, I've been making an Earl Grey Vermont. I think there's a G in it. I'm not really sure how it's pronounced. I'm calling it a Vermont Earl Grey. It's a pretty cheap tea, so don't think this is super fancy or anything. With just a dash of creamer in it, it's pretty fantastic. All right, let's see what we like about this. The assistant may write meaningful new initial tests for code it implements and must ensure full test suite passes. It must not modify existing human-authored tests. I think I'm just going to say existing tests, because like I don't care who authored it. I don't want an existing test to be changed without what if a test is bad? What if a test is bad? Like, we purposefully update it. Like, it's failing on a good reason. I consider those good failures of tests. If a test needs modification due to changing needs, a human review is required. We'll see how this goes. We might update this. For all tests, if testing, do not change them. Adjust the implementation or clarify the requirements instead to see if the tests need updating. All right. I think this all looks good. Okay, let's keep going. Mint tea? Oh, dude, we grow some mint. And I say we grow mint, like we purposefully grow mint. Mint is basically a weed. And, which is actually pretty fantastic because when you're out there and you're weed whacking and you hit a patch of mint, it smells really good. It doesn't like getting weed whacked, in general. It does not appreciate that. But I do whack it. That's how, just, I'm going to move on from this. I do drink some mint tea every once in a while, but that's like generally what I do when I say mint tea is I make a black tea with mint leaves. So it's like a black mint tea. I don't know if that's what like you make. Yeah, please don't clip that. Nobody needs to clip that. I'm sorry. All right, let's continue on. Let's see what we can't get this thing to do. All right. So we start with building out some really cool context, sending that. It also gives a human the idea of what it's going to do. We build tests, and then we write the code. I was thinking there was another thing that I wanted to start out with here. All right, generate rule. This project should follow conventional commits at the end of each feature. The end of each feature creation, you should generate a commit with all the changes. You should create a git commit, just so we don't get mercurial changes in here. I would love if mercurial? Can't even say the stupid word. There is, if you're ever interested, a Discord channel. Feel free to jump in there and do that. Self-implemented service with LLM wrappers, cool. Tools mostly Java, Spring Boot. Apps, I am not a Java person. I suck at Java. Python is an interesting word. You know, we try to keep it clean here for family. You know, watch those swear words. I've only played around with one MCP server. I haven't, I guess you said you're exploring too. I'm exploring as well. I need to do more with that. Yeah. All right, and require creating a git commit at the end of each feature implementation with proper message structure and references. Cool. Should be good enough. My plan is that we have to go back and update these. It's not going to be a failure on this part if these aren't perfect right away. We're learning to make this the best we can. So awesome. Okay, and then the last rule that I was thinking we would make. So we were talking about how we're going to work. We're going to start with a planning doc. We're going to test. I don't know how to word this. So the last thing that I was thinking, and the last thing that I was thinking would be good, is if we had a rule about context. I've been playing around with this and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. So we're going to try this and it might be bad, but we're going to try to iterate on it. Generate cursor rule. I want you to keep all major information in brain.md. And I want to pass this as context to every request. I don't know if this is good or not. Part of me says that if we have a good enough planning docs, we could just use that. But I also was thinking that this might be interesting for, like, you know, a lot of times you waste a ton of requests and stuff as it regreps through the project structure and stuff like that. I don't know. If it makes a change to project structure, could it just update this doc with the project structure so it's all listed in there? That's the idea. I haven't actually successfully done this. So I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's good. I actually think that if I was to start an AI company, I would start an AI orchestration company. I think that they're really terrible as they are. And I think like the homegrown is fine, I think, except for the fact that I feel like traceability and understanding like what's going on. Like, so when there's a failure, trying to trace that back. So like if you have a bunch of people using your agent, and so like, let's say you have 1,000 of these agents going at the same time, and trying to trace that, I feel is hard. Now, maybe other people have solved it better. I don't know yet. I feel like that's what I would do, though. I want to keep all major information in BrainMD, and I want to pass this context to every request. Every time something changes, something major changes, we should update the brain MD to reflect. If Brain MD is found to be out of date. We should update it. So, my other project that I want to make here kind of is an orchestrator. Is kind of an orchestrator. Let's see. This one. We should actually put this in here. This one is kind of an AI orchestrator. We'll see if we get there. Okay, so it's trying to make a let's see, docs rules always consult maintain, which is fine because we told it to make a commit afterwards. This is not going to work, right? Because this is not a Git project yet. Let's actually make it a Git project, right? Does anybody else have this problem? I think that I have to stop using Firefox again. See this usage right here? I almost guarantee with everything that's going on, this is Firefox, which Firefox is only doing this, which has nothing. Nothing is running on these. They're some of the simplest pages. It has these, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages. I almost guarantee it's those 7 pages. It's Firefox. Firefox to run 7 static pages, they're not playing YouTube or anything like that, is taking up 16% of my CPU. While the thing that's monitoring, which I'm using like Edge, and I hate using Edge, isn't using nearly as much, and it has Twitch running, it has Twitch chat here, it has things that have actual real things going. Oh, the OpenAI page, this one? I'll close all of them. Is it literally OpenAI? Okay, I gotta... That's fantastic and horrifying. I want to test if OpenAI does the same on Edge. It doesn't appear to do it here. Well, cool. I don't know. Get it to full screen. Okay, yeah, I will. That's a good point. Let me log in really quickly. Maybe it's in the logged in page. I thought it was maybe the main page. I should have closed them one at a time. So this is where, like, I don't know. I don't find the same problem. Like, I don't have the same issue on Edge. So, however Edge deals with it, it optimizes it away, right? I don't know what it is. Because, like, I never have this problem with Edge, leveraging Edge. So, like, whatever it's running into, whether it's an HTML7 thing or I'm not sure. It's really annoying, though. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. Let's do that. Reopen closed tabs, history. Recently closed. I'm gonna have to do that for each one. I mean, it's definitely this one. You know what's interesting? Edge doesn't render this thing. It's like, no, bro. I'm not doing that. That's like, seriously. No. Seriously, check it out. Check it out. Edge was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That was like, no. It's dumb. This stupid thing is eating so much. And Edge is just like, no, you'll get a blue box. And you'll like that blue box. I have to admit, I like the blue box. I don't want 30% of my GPU going to rendering some stupid watermark. At least we figured it out. At least we figured it out. Yeah, it has to be an autoplay. It has to be a JavaScript animation, right? If it's a video, it cannot take that much power, right? It has to be calculating it, right? It's absolutely got to be. You guys figured it out. You guys figured it out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys figured it out. I took your guys' credit like a good leader. I was about to ban Firefox. It's happened before. I'm wondering if it's OpenAI's website that does it. Actually, I'm just wondering if I have some setting, some Chromium setting that doesn't run those by like automatically. Like if it detects those JavaScripts, it's just like, nah, but thank you. Stop. Oh no. Oh no. Is this a stop killing Firefox moment? Oh no. I'm getting canceled. Look, I'm not gonna say I'm sorry because I'm not. Oh my gosh. It's so easy. It's so easy. I feel so bad too. I feel terrible. Moving on. How to soften butter easily, quickly? You put it in a frying pan. Softens it right up to liquid. Please. Okay, what was I doing? What was I doing before I started killing Firefox? Oh, I was making Git repo. Firefox did give me Rust. And for that, I am deep. Look, it's why I've been trying to go back, okay? Been trying. Basically, have you heard of the concept of heat? I'm getting trolled again, and I feel like I am... I'm getting trolled, I just don't know it. Are we just calling it AI traffic control? I thought we were just capitalizing it. Is it just AI traffic control? Oh, the butter! The butter! Heat! I got it. The ad from... Thank you. Thank you, Russell. Man, I'm so slow. Sometimes I wonder how I operate. I'm... all his efficiency cores, which happens to be one. Exactly one. I have one efficiency core, and we won't comment on how many non-efficiency cores I have. Sadly, I got Intel efficiency cores, which is even worse. Absolutely worse. What? No. No. I copied this. Thanks for joining. It was good having you here. It was good having you here. Oh, all that bullying. It caught that as bullying. And all the other bullying that you guys have done has not been. I don't get it. China. I can't do it. I can't do it. Did it even make a Git repo? I don't think it's made a Git repo yet. There's no .git. Let's see how long it dents this. Okay, it finally got to the need a Git repo. Fantastic. That only took way too long. Yeah, this has actually been super helpful. Why is it? It's catting everything, which is hilarious. It's just making sure that it's set that this is actually a valid one. You don't need to cat this though. You can just run git remote -v. The commands that it comes up with. Finally. That was so much better than doing it by hand, everyone. I hope that you realize that. The useless use of cat award? Yeah. This. Yep. Useless uses of cat. I also use bat because Russell can attest. I have catted a what is it called? A binary file live on stream. That's embarrassing. All right, let's do the first planning. Let's plan the let's start a new one for this. Let's plan the MVP of air traffic control. It's AI traffic control. I think it's I don't know. The folder is named air traffic control. I'm going with that for right now. The base idea is this. We want to write a software coding agent in Rust that runs headless and maintains and is able to maintain multiple sessions with different or even the same clients. We want to write a software coding agent in Rust that runs headless and is able to maintain multiple sessions with different or even the same clients. This agent should support multiple backend AI models, though if not selected, it should be able to pick the one it thinks will do the best job for the current task. This is actually something I've been thinking about hard, is that it's possible that we get to a place where certain AI agents do certain things well. Yeah. Terminals really don't like when you count a binary. They get very glitchy. And if that terminal is in a browser, it ends up that you just have to restart that browser session because it just destroys the session. It's very interesting what it does. It's very interesting what it does. It's fantastic. This agent should support multiple AI models, so if it's not selected, it should be able to pick the one. Oh, what I was saying here is I think it might be interesting. It might be that certain models do certain things really well. If you ask it to write a test, there might be a model that does tests better than other models. I don't know this to be a fact or anything. This is just what I'm, if we're assuming these things are statistical analysis engines, certain ones are by nature going to be geared to do things better. It's why they made a ChatGPT-5 chat, because ChatGPT-5 or GPT-5 doesn't chat very nicely if you just leverage GPT-5. So I think that's what we're going to see, which is cool, actually, I think. All right, we want to write a software coding agent in Rust that runs headless and is able to maintain multiple sessions with different or even the same clients. This agent should support multiple backend AI models, though if not selected or not requested, it should be able to pick the one that thinks will do the best job for the current task. Base principles of this. The AI agent should work on all major operating Windows, Linux, and Crapple. You know what? I thought of a new rule. While we're talking about these rules, all code should be written with security best practices in mind. We'll get to that one. I'm not saying it will actually do it, but we'll get to that one. The agent should work on all major operating systems and Crapple. What else do we have that we were talking about here? Let's see. We might have multiple agents working inside. I don't know that needs to be in the MVP, right? I did talk about this multiple sessions. As an AI coding agent, we will start with the very minimum set of requirements. Tool calls. So we want, let's see, we should be able to use, what tools should we add? We should add CD, grep, and maybe we shouldn't write which tools. Let's not do that. Let's leave that up. We should add tools that enable discovery of the project, file system, and file contents So we have discovery of the project. We have a file manipulation. Um, discovery of the project, file system, file contents, file manipulation. What else? What else? What else? What else? Source control. I guess this is probably it. That's a good start. So we need to have that. The agent should, the clients should be able to add context to the requests, to the prompts. Oh, I hit enter. Can I pause? Stop. Okay. I hit enter. Context to the prompts. This includes file, directory, and websites. Do we need anything else for an MVP? I don't think so. We'll come up with it. We should start a planning doc. This is we're gonna walk through the planning doc. We'll see what it does. Actually, the left side of history, we did actually try the web side. And now we're just getting into the agent side. The website did fairly well. It did really well. We ran it through the advent of code, and it actually passed the advent of code, which is, the advent of code was not difficult. It had one minor thing. It didn't actually use the original date. It said it would just default to now, but it actually wrote a function that would take the date. So I think it's acceptable to say it passed. It's okay. It did well. It did well. And now we're trying it in agent mode. So one of the projects that I've been trying to do while that's thinking, we're going to do 3 projects in September and October and November. One is the AI Games Arena. One is this simple AI agent creator orchestrator. I said simple in there. It's supposed to be simple for the end user, not for the project. And what we're doing is air traffic control, and it's AI traffic control. And this is a headless coding agent. So basically, I got tired of all these things that kind of lock you in. We're going to do this, and then people can make their own clients. One client that we're going to make is a NeoVim. We're going to make the most awesome NVim client for it, and it's going to be your NVim coding Copilot. We're going to name it Copilot, since that's what Microsoft does. It just names everything Copilot. I created a planning doc and updated the brain.md to reflect the current snapshot. I'm going to stage good boy. Let's see what the planning doc look like. Planning. Please get out of my way. Build a headless AI, Rust-based AI coding agent capable of maintaining multiple concurrent sessions for one or more clients. It supports multiple backend AI models when not explicitly selected. Will automatically. It basically just repeated what I said. Good. This is. No agent runtime exists. Okay. I mean, it's fine that it did the current state, this is fine. There is no current state. It's the first thing. Multi-session orchestration, model provider abstraction with at least 2 providers. Okay, fine. Core tools, project discovery, file manipulation, and Git source control. I'm okay with the 2 providers. We could talk to get this changed, but this is fine. There's no reason to burn the world. The reason I say this is, like, if it makes it for 2 providers, adding another provider will be fine. Model provider abstraction with at least... Right, because they're building the abstraction to do it. So, like, it should be fine. Non-goals. GUI desktop app or web UI. Absolutely not. Long-running. Autonomous agent that execute external commands beyond the specified tools. Not in the MVP. Yeah. Advanced RAG vector stores for multi-repo orchestration. I don't know. I feel like the RAG might not be needed. So I actually think, and I don't know if we do this in memory, I actually think that this brain.md would be cool to bring into an in-memory RAG, right? I actually think that this is better as a RAG. I think that's actually what I want it to do. Like, obviously, I can't do that for cursor. But what I want to do with my agent is I want the brain to actually be a RAG, right? I think that would be really, really cool. This isn't saying not to use be secure. What it's saying is that it's just going to use an API token. What it's saying here is if there was multiple users using the same agent, like if I was running this in the cloud and they had to bring their own API token, like bring your own, like that. But like this is what it's saying is fine. It's not saying to be insecure. At least that's not how I read it. This is like a PM, whatever. Run as a sort of minimal HTTP JSON API. Do we want a JSON API? I was actually going to make this a protocol puffers, but HTTP JSON is probably the widest compatibility. We could do like a wire protocol as well. HTTP JSON probably has more overhead than like just a simple message passing. Since this is supposed to be run local, like it's supposed to be a local process, a local thing running. We don't really need HTTP JSON, but we could just do that, right? Blockchain shilling has been replaced by AI company shilling. I'm not shilling. I'm not trying to shill. Per request or per session. Like you should be able to set like for this session, I want to be able to or per request. Like I want this request to be run with this model. Yeah. Discovery list, glob search. Okay, yeah, there's just basic tools. Discovery, file manipulation, source control. It's saying Git, which is fine. Set precedence of file type, directory, or URL, fetch URL content. Do you know what we probably need? We should add the ability to create session level, I want to say objectives, but session level settings. Some basic ones would be what AI model to use, what directory the project is in, etc. AI is most definitely taking jobs. AI is most definitely taking jobs. Like, let me be clear. Now, it's not necessarily what you're thinking it is. AI is taking a ton of jobs at Microsoft. So to be clear, Microsoft is firing a ton of things. It's scrapping what? We're going on 10 games. They are scrapping 10 games to buy more data centers with more GPUs and to write $1 million checks to individuals. So AI is most definitely taking jobs. Now, is it taking jobs because those people are so much more, especially up to GPT-5? I mean, like, we'll see how GPT-5 is, but before GPT-5, is it because those people are so much more capable? Most indubitably, the answer is no. It's not because the people are just that much more productive. I mean, and I don't even have to point to people like Cognition, who are literally running their people into the ground. Those people will die younger because of what Cognition is doing. I don't have to point to that. Like, literally, that's not even what I have to point to. There's data, there's a bunch of stuff that says that confirms what I'm saying. There's research projects that have done it. There's my own independent testing. There's other people's testing. There's what I have back in surveys and what data of just engineers that have started to adopt it. Yeah. But is it taking jobs? Absolutely. There are people losing jobs because of it. I think they're also scrapping jobs that might not be in dev and being able to replace their workflows with more automated ones. Yeah, that's also true. So there are also, that's actually a really good point. I was thinking specifically of the developer ones. Like, I'm actually pretty angry about some of the games that they're scrapping because they're wanting to buy more data centers. But you can look at what is the financial company that like lets you Klarna, who does most of their customer support via AI. Very interestingly, they used to do all their customer support by AI, and now they've realized that you need a human, and they've actually started hiring customer support. Very interesting case because they went full send 2 years ago, and they kind of stepped back. But there's definitely some jobs like that are also being taken because I think customer support would be a great first intro to it. I don't think this either. I'm thinking of those people on Instagram posting day in the life videos where they highlight they do 4 hours of work. So I don't think of this as the job being lost to AI, right? Those jobs are being lost because they do 4 hours of work or less. I mean, like, I don't mean this to be like super harsh or something, but like, if you're doing 4 hours of work and thinking that you deserve to be paid $150,000 for your 4 hours, you better be the next Igya, whatever his last name is. You better be a whole lot more brilliant than I am. I don't feel like those are the people getting like, I don't think of them as being replaced by AI. They're just not. They're not working. All right, let's see. What did I ask it to add? We should have the ability to create session level settings. Yeah. Let's see if that's in the document now. Let's just, I guess, do a quick search. Non-functional requirements. Concurrency handle at least 20 active sessions in 100 in-flight tool model requests. I guess that is a non-functional request. Okay, whatever. Data model. Okay, so they put session setting. So they did put it in this architecture. Okay, so this is fine. That's not fair, Grey Hatter, right? That's not fair for me. Because meetings are a part of my job. Meetings are a part of their jobs. Without meetings, yeah, about 3 hours probably. That's on a good day. No, I probably average 3 hours. Yeah, 3 to 4 hours. So you're saying that most of my engineers go to maybe 1 hour of meetings at most per day. Maybe an hour and a half. So you're saying that because I, as the director, go to a whole lot more meetings, they should do less, they should work less because they can produce the same amount of code that I can for a completely different job. That doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like that's a pretty sweeping statement. Saying that people only work 4 hours aren't working is misleading. No, I said that they're just not working that much. I didn't say they aren't working at all. They're working 4 hours, exactly 4 hours, right? That's what they say on their things, is they'll be like, I show up at 9:30, I get working at 10 because they have like their coffee thing and their like stretching routine. And then at 12:30, I go to lunch. And then at like, that's the day in the life videos. I don't know if they're true. I'm assuming they're not true. But if they're true, they actually only work for 4 hours in that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Yeah, Grey Hatter. I was talking specifically about day in the life videos where they specifically say they go home at 5 p.m. when they didn't start working till 10 and they took a 2-hour lunch. Okay, so that's what I was responding to. And all I said is I don't consider AI taking those jobs because I think those jobs were lost for a different reason. That's all I said. And I apologize if you misconstrued that to something else. I guess I'm missing what you're trying to explain. How many hours per day of actual work do you average? I guess it does depend on what you mean by actual work, because when I go to a meeting, I'm doing actual work. I work on strategies across teams and I get teams to rally behind those ideas. I work on things like how do we as a company handle on-call? how do we as a company do onboarding engineers and things like that. And those actually require a lot of meetings. So no, I'm not writing code during those, but I am defining greater overarching goals for the company. If you don't consider those work, I guess, yeah, I'm not programming during those. Generally, I consider meetings to be work. So when my engineers go to meetings, they should be doing work. Like they should be trying to achieve something great in those meetings. If they go, it's because they're a subject matter expert and we need their knowledge. If they go, it's because they're one of the informed parties that need to know about changes that are happening. One of those reasons. So I would still define meetings as work. I guess I am really misunderstanding that point. People stop doing these day in the life video because it made everyone who made them look like they don't do anything at work except eat. Yeah, I think quite a few of them lost their jobs. Yeah. If I'm spinning in a chair, am I working? I guess if your job is to test the functionality of how many rotations that chair can achieve, then yeah. I imagine there's a chair manufacturer out there that does a spin test to see how many times it can spin around before it fails. Hopefully they made a tool for that. I know at GE, when I was still in manufacturing, we had tools to do that, but they could have a manual person doing it. Kind of fun job. Here, Herman Miller engineer. The spin test. 1 second, guys. I gotta test the fortitude of this chair. I'll be back in a couple of 100 hours. Really, though? I think I'm going to test the fortitude of my stomach, and I don't want to do that on stream. We'll call it a goal there. We'll call it good there. All right, let's see. Core runtime in Rust, Tokyo, HTTP via Axum. Happy. CLI via Clap. Cool. Session manager orchestrates agent instances. Keyed by session ID. Cool. Language model, trait with provider adapted, OpenAI compatible, local compatible. Should we do a different? I mean, I'm probably only doing OpenAI compatible. That's probably fine to start with, and local as well. Streaming token support. Yeah, if people thought that I thought typing was the only work counted, I would absolutely be remiss. There is so much that goes into work. I would be super remiss in saying that. If people thought that contributing code was the only thing that counted to work, I would be super remiss that you guys took that away from here, because I am absolutely not. I put a lot of emphasis on documenting, on things like that. So there's a ton of things that go into the life of a person working. If you think, you know, I said that it was purely just coding, I don't know where that came from. Hopefully it wasn't from something I said in error. Obviously, I'm sitting here talking while also trying to concentrate on this. So maybe I said something in error, but I hope I never said something that could be construed as that. Tool trait with concrete tools, discovery tool, file tool. We'll see what this is interesting. I said it generically, but I wanted concrete things. But we'll see what this comes up with. Context provider. So one thing that I want to do differently than what Cursor does is Cursor does, like, it basically puts stuff directly in a terminal and runs it. And I don't actually want to do that. I want to run everything from confined into, I gave you this tool and this is how you can run it, which is actually going to be a lot safer, because let's say we give it access to, basically it's going to be like programmatic restriction on everything. So it's a whole lot safer. I like it a lot better. Context provider utility for file directory ingestion and URL fetch. Readability extraction. Simple model selector implementing rule-based selection. Okay. I mean, this should be part of the API, but whatever. I think that's probably fine. Key data flows and components, clients, API, session manner, agent, model, and tools, response, edits. Cool. Tools may request previews. Sessions should keep history. Let's update the feature plan to include that sessions should maintain the history of what they have done. Should this be an in-memory vector, or like should this be ragged? I don't know how this should actually interact. Like as you're chatting, as this is chatting, it should keep that. I don't know exactly what this means, but we'll see what the AI comes up with. Docs, meetings, mentoring, architecting, code review, absolutely. All of these things are part of it. Yeah, I'm with Russell. I get what you're saying, Grey Hatter. I get what you're saying, where I'm gonna paraphrase what, well, let me put it this way. Let's say I'm really stuck on a problem and there's no colleague to rubber duck with. I'm stuck on this problem. And I go for a 15-minute walk to clear my head, recycle everything, come back, and I just figure out the problem because I needed to reset from that. Now, do we count that walk as work? I don't know. That's maybe a little bit more of a complicated thing. That's not anything to do with the Instagram people we're talking about. That is nothing to do with what we're talking about there. I don't feel like. I also... Yeah. I feel like it's an interesting thing to bring up to think about. Like, so in my thought, Grey Hatter, I put that like within reason. If you're actually just literally in the time that you're saying is only 4 hours, and that's without the time for breaks to think, like those are the only times you're thinking, like the other times are eating or leaving work. I don't know that that's within reason, if that makes sense. Not to the rest of the world or to the rest of us. So I think some of that is like, yeah, within reason. Like there's definitely times when I've been like, I need to not work on this right now. Now, a lot of the times when I'm like, I'm stumped on this and there's nobody to rubber duck with right now, I'm going to go work on something else. So I just do a different work and let that one percolate a little. Oh, I thought I had clicked enter on this. Oops, I didn't click enter. Yeah, like I said, I would in that case, in the 15-minute walk. Absolutely. Well, Grey Hatter, again, I apologize if that was a possible way to misconstrue that. I was talking about people either trolling on Instagram or being real. I don't know which one they're doing. They're either trolling or being real. Either way, I don't consider those jobs being lost to AI. That was my statement. And I don't know if those people are, that's really a day in the life. I have no idea. I don't know if they're just trolling. I make trolling videos. I've actually wanted to make a trolling day in the life video because I thought it would be funny, just to make fun of it as a whole, because I think those people are just trolling. Or are they? I don't know. I don't, that's for sure. All right, so like the agile one, absolutely. That's actually kind of I wanted to do a day in the life like the agile one, just making fun of day in the life videos. Especially because this disk. Oh, okay. In milestone 2. I'm okay with it being in. I'm okay with the persistent to disk being milestone 2. Okay, cool. So we got this in memory. I'm assuming this is meaning in memory. Cool. History pins correct, and it scares me that we have to say appends correct entries for messages and tool events. Redacted and size limits enforced. Okay, fine, fair. It's not wrong. History endpoints return expected data with pagination and filters. Yes. I think we're all maybe talking past each other a little bit. Quite possibly. You should go watch the day in the life videos though, because that's what we were talking about, to be fair. I don't think anybody thinks those people were implying that their 3-hour lunch break was to think. At least that's not what they came across as saying. So, or 2-hour lunch break. And to be honest, you could be somebody that's super brilliant. You could be in the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. You could be just up there. You could be the next. Insert your favorite really smart person. And maybe your day in the life could be like that. Maybe. I actually find a lot of those people are like super, like Hawkins was like super motivated to do like work. Probably worked harder than I did. But you could probably pull that off. But then you're just making that video to make people jealous of what you can get out of. And so I don't love those videos anyways, even if that was actually really what you could get away with because you were so smart and so in demand. All right. I think this looks good. Let's stage and commit these plans. Do it. Do it. Let's see. Let's see. It feels like it's actually following the rules better than I remember. Like last week. I don't know if this is a GPT-5 thing or the fact that it's updated twice since last week. Cursor has. All right. No need to push. No need to push. I can do that. Thank you, though. Are you having a nice day? Does waiting for code to compile count as work? No. Now, if you said that you were thinking about your next move while it was compiling, then yes. But the act of waiting for code to compile doesn't. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not saying it's a necessary evil. You're not doing anything. Maybe you have to do it. You're waiting. I don't know. It's not work. I kind of think of the physics. Like, are you doing something? Are you progressing something? I don't know if you are. It's not work. You're not doing work. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. You're just sitting there waiting. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like work. So you kick off a build that takes an hour. Are you saying that then you just sit there and wait and you don't think about the next thing? You don't do something else? You just sit there and wait for that build for an hour? That doesn't feel like work to me. That doesn't seem valid, in my opinion. As signifying it as work. Don't get me wrong. There's interrupts and stuff, and if it's a small enough, like, it takes 1 minute to build, obviously you're not gonna go do something else while it builds. I get that. I'm not arguing that. But, if you have an hour build, you don't just shut your mind off. You don't take a nap while it's doing it and say, well, I'm working because it's building, right? I don't know. I don't, at least. I don't consider that work, but you're more than welcome to. Russell, I was totally thinking about the waiting for the builds while sword fighting. I was totally, I guess all of us were thinking that is. You think it is? So you think that if our build takes an hour to run, let me pose it to you this. ChatGPT models takes months to train. Do you think they stop doing anything while it's training? That's effectively building. They don't work on the next thing. They don't work on curating. They don't do anything else. It kicks it off and they're like, okay, next 2 months we're off. It's building. I don't think so. I don't think that counts. I don't think it counts. If you don't have anything else, it still doesn't count as work. Maybe there's nothing for you to do and just sitting around is fine. I don't think it counts as work. Now, if we're trying to split hairs about whether you should get paid or not, that's a different topic, but I just don't consider it as work. Like I said, building is a necessary evil. If you only have a minute, there is just a minute of downtime because there's nothing for you to do in a minute. There's no way to switch context and be back in the thing and do that. So I get it. I just don't consider it doing any work. I didn't say you shouldn't get paid for that minute that you're waiting for that build. I just don't know that it's anything to do. I don't consider it any work. You tripped yourself up. You said they have to make sure nobody walks on it and it stays level. If they're still doing something, they're working. Absolutely. Now, if they put up yellow tape and walk away for 2 days, they're not working for those 2 days. Absolutely not. I worked in concrete. Thank you. So while I was in high school, I poured concrete. And I can tell you, I did not get paid while concrete was drying. Now, if I was specifically posted to keep people off of it, I did get paid. But the 2 days that somebody's driveway was drying, did not get paid for. They're watching the progress of it to make sure it doesn't fail. Text alerts. Pager duty. Come on. This is easy. We've solved this. We've solved this. We have solved this. If your build takes an hour, you don't have to just sit there and stare at it. If you do need to, if it's that important, then sure, you're doing work. But again, you guys were saying do nothing, and now you're changing it on me. Don't change stuff on me. I'd get very annoyed with that. Don't change stuff on me. You said do nothing. You're actively doing something. Again, it's nuanced. I get it. but there's a difference, okay? Again, if you're standing there by the concrete to make sure nobody, it's absolutely work. That is completely different than doing nothing. If your manager expects you to be on site, absolutely. Sure, I didn't say that. If they said you need to stand here, you need to stand there, and you should get paid for it, 100%. Again, nuance. I know nuance is hard for you all, but it's okay. You're being told to do a very specific thing. You're being told to stand there, even though that's doing nothing. You are doing something. Nuanced, I know. I know it gets hard for you all, but we'll survive. We'll survive. It apparently nuance is difficult. You guys said, effectively, do a build for an hour and go play games. And I said, no, that wasn't work. Okay? Then you started changing it up. And there you hit the nuance. That those two things are completely different. All right. My day is good. Everyone was out on a nature walk 100 messages ago. You don't remember games being mentioned? I thought we talked about XKCD. My apologies. I guess I don't remember XKCD sword fighting with chairs as well as you do. Do you approve? I approve. Continue creating the best coding agent this world has ever seen. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna bring this up, the left side of history, because maybe you're on the left side of history right now. I also said, I specifically said that minute of the build, you are doing no work, but I don't think that you shouldn't not be paid for it because it's a necessary evil. So, I do believe I had caveats in there, for this specific thing. Just to be clear, before somebody tries to paint me as a horrible person, and I have my own Blizzard effect here, I agree with this. I don't think that you need to be working every 100% of that. That was kind of my point, was no, I don't consider it work, and that's okay. That's okay. Kind of like right now, I'm waiting for the AI. I don't consider this work. Well, I do interacting with you guys. You guys are work. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. I absolutely think it's okay to have downtime, and it's good for your brain. Like I said, I'm also of the opinion of going and taking a walk. Even if you're not actively thinking of the thing, sometimes you can get really stuck on a thing and your brain needs a little reset, and that's okay. It's okay to have those resets, especially in a very high demanding job where you're thinking a lot of the time. I think those are very valuable and needed. Oh, we're catting the build. Fantastic. I don't necessarily think that you're always working, and that's fine. I guess to me, if you're asking from like the company point of view, you're working anytime you're doing something that's been requested by the company for you to do. That's the things that you're working. Now, does that mean that everybody has to be working 100% of the time? No, not necessarily. And sometimes the things the company is asking you to do is slightly vague. So that can also be its thing. We're having compile errors, which is fine. The AI is working. Yeah, camera. Are you talking about the time? Wait, I might have lost the thing. If you can't or don't context switch, it's working. I'm confused as to what we're talking about. What's this? I have a problem with the share screen. I feel like you're trolling me. On the phone? Are you on the phone currently? You might be trolling my chat, which is even better than trolling me. I fully support that, by the way. Oh, you're on the Twitch app. I have a problem with the share screen and camera. You're having a hard time sharing my screen? I'm really not sure what you're... we do have a Discord channel. If you're having a problem, you could join the Discord if that communication is better for you. That might help. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. Take your time. Fully form out what you're wanting to do. Like, give us intent too. Intent is so helpful sometimes when you're having a question, because what I find a lot of the times we focus on what we think is wrong, and sometimes we can share that intent, and that can help others figure out what you're going for. When they have that intent, they can be like, oh, okay. So anyways, take your time. We're here. Is there a share screen on Twitch? I don't know. I'm not a big Twitch person, right? I only stream here. Git add and git commit. So we're scaffolding a Rust service, session model, and settings precedence test. Implements minimal HTTP server with sessions, create list, sessions, settings, structs, and... Okay, sounds good. Also, welcome to all the new people on the Discord. It's good to see you all. I wasn't checking. All right, let's see. Yeah, let's keep going. Go ahead. We should actually check this. We should actually check this. Are there test suites? There should be tests. No tests. No test. I guess these are hard to test, especially since they're effectively just mocked out network stubs. Persistent request over session over global. Okay, so they came up with a test that's saying that you should use the request over the session over the global. Cool. Now it should never edit this unless we actually ask it to. So we do global configs, session configs, and request overrides for the request. Cool. I don't know. I don't know these settings real well right now, so we'll just accept these. Oh, are you in the voice chat of Discord? We do have a Discord voice chat. Oh, I see you, Frank. All right, I do keep this PG-13 on, except on accident. So, give me a second.
I was just talking about ChatGPT. I have some problem with the share screen and the camera when you try to make ChatGPT react to thing you show him.
Oh, you okay.
And I try to mettons, what do you think? What I show you, but it doesn't respond anything.
So you can like share an image with it?
But I try to talk to ChatGPT while I'm sharing my view on my camera, but it doesn't respond.
Oh, I don't know.
So I was wondering if some people have some similar issue too, like if you did that problem at some point. So
I haven't so far.
I was wondering.
So far, it's been
Okay.
pretty smooth.
Okay. Parce que it's just a bit frustrating because I tried to fix it, but I don't know how to fix it.
I don't either. To be fair, I'm not an expert here. I am.
Yeah, I know. I was just asking, but if you don't know it, that's okay.
Nope, I don't know. But it's good to talk to you, Frank.
Oh yeah, no problem. But do you like ChatGPT 5 so far?
So far, it's done pretty well. I'm happy with it so far. Yeah, so far so good.
So far, for me, I try to I'm not a coding person at the moment because I'm just playing with it at the moment, so I don't really know what to do with it.
Yeah, I don't
But,
know either. That's what I'm trying to do. Like, see how well we can leverage this, and how to code. You know, I hear him trying to. I'm just bad at English, but what I'm trying to do is figure out how we can leverage it really well, and leverage it to like try to get our job done as fast and efficiently as possible.
Okay. Ouais. Mais I did make a game, a tic-tac-toe game. We did a simple game to put it on, but
We're actually
c'est pas
planning on doing that here, tic-tac-toe,
Yeah.
where the AIs can actually play the game versus each other, which should be pretty fun.
Yeah, I tried to make it with a few levels, but hard, medium, hard, but impossible.
Yeah.
But I did not win in the harder mode because it's impossible to win it on hard.
I mean, it's impossible to win tic-tac-toe if you know the secret, right?
Yeah. Eventually, I will probably try to make maybe a memory game. Well, see what it happened to. Like a memory game that you try to find the same image.
Oh yeah, like the you have like the different cards and you flip the cards over, and you want to make the pairs.
Why make the pairs? So yeah. Man, but eventually I will try to do something much harder after that.
That's cool. You should let the Discord know your progress. People share stuff on here. Monta was just doing that a little bit ago, and I think that's awesome. So,
Man, eventually I was finding what's wrong with my problem, but at the moment, before you were working fine. Me for some reason it doesn't work fine as well at the moment.
I'll call Sam the next time. I'll let him know that you're having a problem. He responds to me pretty often.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm joking, by the way. I don't. Sam Altman does not know who I am.
Okay. Sorry.
That was a complete joke. But
Yeah, no, I did not realize that that was a joke. Sorry.
I have a tendency of being a little deadpan in my jokes, and that can be difficult, especially for non-native English speakers. When you deadpan a joke like that, I found that it can be difficult. So I apologize. I wasn't thinking about that.
Don't worry about it. That's okay. To be frank, I'm not really a native English either.
Yeah, I like to say I'm not a native English speaker because I'm so bad at it. It's embarrassing that it's my first and only language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
right. Well, have a fantastic day.
Okay. Have a good day to you too.
Oh, there we go. Awesome. All right, so we got the very first thing going. Now it's trying to build this. I saw that it had errors. I don't know. Now we're going to run tests. Good. 2 passed, 0 failed. Fantastic. We got a second test. Where's that test? Implementation settings. Let's see. There's this test. Yeah, we have another test in here. Patch updates, nested fields, and allows clears. I have no idea what this means. As a whole. Sorry, I turned that music up and then I slammed it down. There we go. I have the music from the computer turned down, so it's just in the background. But then if somebody joins on a channel to chat, like, you wouldn't be able to hear them. Patch up this updates nested fields and allows clear. Let's see. I don't know why we're implementing a patch. Like, I feel like there's more stuff to implement. Patch session settings. Like, so, okay, we're allowing you to update the current session settings. This is fine. Like, this is good. Whatever. I don't care. Let's move on. I actually like this, though, because it's doing small updates. Add session settings, get patch endpoints, and session merge. Yeah, this is good. This is good. I'm actually liking this. It's small. It's understandable. I didn't read that because I wanted to see the code. This is good. Just do it. I'm not entirely sure what... I think what he was asking... Frank can always correct me if I'm wrong. What he was asking is that he was able to basically do, like, attach something here and that wasn't working. Like, you could attach a screenshot from your computer. I think that was my understanding. But I haven't had a problem with anything that I've used it for, so... It's really thinking this time. That's really thinking. All that work. How are y'all doing today? Anything going on this weekend for you all while we're waiting on this? I need to get better with my time while the AI is running. I feel like too often I almost want to do like a... You know what? Would you guys like to do... I was thinking about playing a game and just doing this and then like switching over to playing the game. Since i3 is so good at it, like you can just like ask it to do something and then go chill. And then go ask it to do something and then go chill. Because I get so bored. It's like, this is so... My mind mushes when I'm doing this, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm actually... Is anybody unimpressed with how many times it's errored? Is this just an import error? It looks like it's just an import error. It's updating cargo, yeah. So is this up? This is doing tools. I would have preferred tools be in its own directory. Let's ask it to do that. I would prefer that. You have an issue with the resize on your library? Resize is so difficult. Is that a review of my? Well, no, it's just like it's long enough that like it breaks my concentration on what I was doing and what I was planning to do next. Okay, you know, honestly, I have this problem with a Tesla too. Charging the battery should be longer or slower. I don't care which one it is. It should be one or the other. And the reason I say that is because right now it's just fast enough that you can't do anything else, but it's just slow enough to be frustrating that it's not as fast as pumping gas, right? And so it's in this weird part where it's like, if I wanted to go and charge it and go eat, there's not enough time. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, Dr. Nefarious. Don't give me your sheepinator. Or do we know? What's your conclusion until now? You know, it's failed a lot of times, which agent mode has saved it, right? Because agent mode said, hey, let's actually test that and fix it. So, but there's been multiple times when it's posted, like almost every single time that GPT-5 has gone, it's failed. You know, this time it was just a simple, it didn't actually add it to the cargo, which is fine. It's fine, but it's not been that impressive as far as I thought it was supposed to be a little bit faster and a little bit better. Again, it's done fine. The first thing that we did with it was, the first thing that we did with it was the AI games and the advent of AI. And we did it here. And this was, it's fine. It actually succeeded doing it. It did this though, and I hate this. I abhor this because it adds unnecessary complexity. It adds unnecessary computation. It didn't do a perfect job, but it did do it. So I was actually fairly impressed. Yeah. We've had the same thing here where agent mode has actually caught it. What do you mean I got the reference? Who doesn't know who Dr. Nefarious is? Who doesn't know what Dr. Nefarious is? Monta, we are hoping for you as well. Hopefully you get that. Oh, yeah. It is actually taking a long time. I know that, that Theo, the only person that I really watched before this who had access to it, said it was like super fast. And I'm wondering if that was because he was using it when nobody else was really using it. Because it seems just as slow as somebody else. Oh, this might be the first time that it builds the first time. The first time it was not building the first time. And like I said, agent mode caught it, but yeah. So I think it's good. So far I haven't seen anything like groundbreakingly different. I tried GPT-5 on T3 chat, and indeed there is a difference in quality. In some places, it's just better. My guess is it's what they did with GPT-5. So one thing what you might not realize in GPT-5 versus chat here, I can almost tell you here, they're using GPT-5 chat. So if you actually look at the platform, there are GPT-5, GPT-5 Mini, GPT-5 Nano, and they don't list it here, but there's actually a GPT-5 chat. And I'm almost guaranteeing you that chat is what runs this. That would be my guess. And then which one of these you're hitting probably also matters quite a bit. Why isn't it listed here? Oh, you have to do standard to get chat. Okay, yeah. So, and the reason for that is GPT-5 doesn't chat very well. I saw some examples of it. Like, it's not a conversationalist. It seems really designed to be like, I actually wish that they had made a GPT-5 code. Like, it seems like it's, or science, or, STEM. They could have named it something like that. So that it was like very specific. This is for that. This is for chat. So that might be what you're running into. If you're seeing an inconsistency, is the chat versus, what I'm going to call the GPT-5 STEM. It ran the test. Okay. Thanks everybody for the follows. It's good to see you guys here. When I was young, I was a huge Ratchet and Clank fan. So I'll always get a good Dr. Nefarious joke. I say that, you're going to have some thing and I'm going to miss it. In comparison with Claude Code, so I ran some tests with Claude for Sonnet, but not with Opus. I can't directly compare it to Opus at this point, because it doesn't allow you to use Opus without max mode, which I'm not willing to pay more on top of the $20 I'm already to try it at this point. Now, I have reached out to them. I'm trying to reach out to all the AI companies to see if I can get some free credits for the AI games. Most likely for the AI games in December, I will pay for it if I can't get it for free. I will pay for Opus support, and we will do a direct comparison with Opus. We'll get all the leading models. If I have to pay for it, I'll pay for it. If I can get them to donate some of them for me, I will do that as well. All right. Let's see. Next, add file manipulation. Create. Okay. With dry run. Go. You paid the 200 plan? What does the $200 plan give you really that the $20 plan doesn't? So I have a very strict, like, we're allowed, the company is allowed to use AI, but I have a very strict, if you made the pull request, it's your code. You own that pull request. There's no like, oh, well, GPT did that, my bad. I think it's very important. And I haven't found it to be I think the engineers are the ones that use it are a little bit faster. I think it's worth the $20. I think 200 is probably still worth it, but I'm just not sure what $200 gets you here that the $20. I know like you can do like research grade intelligence. I'm probably going to do this for December for you guys. I'm going to see if GPT-5 Pro is... And the thing is, I hate the intelligence part here. I hate this word so much in this because it is statistical analysis. Their documentations, their chief scientists said that that is what it is. They're saying it's like research grade intelligence. But we'll see this December. We'll see if it's worth the $200. It paid for itself in 4 days of work. Well, hopefully, I mean, like, that's awesome. If it's working that well for you, you've got to let me in on your secret of how you leverage it. I can't review that much stuff, I think is what I'm coming to. Like, I'm being very cavalier with what we're doing right now, but like, if I was to make a pull request, I'd have to review all of this stuff that we're doing. I probably should be actually right now to make sure it's still doing what it is doing. All right, let's actually check this next change. Let's make sure it's a good one. Let's make sure it's a good one. All right, let's see. Next up, Git operations. This one was added a safe write, move, delete endpoints with dry run and previews, implements a session root bounded file ops. Good. So it's following that with dry run defaults from settings and unit tests. All right. Wait, did I already accept the changes? Shoot, I shouldn't have done that. So write dry run does not modify files. So we're testing that it doesn't modify a file. Oh, that's good. Dr. Nefarious, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is why I say you own your code. You own the PR. You've got to be, everybody's responsible for the PRs they make, right? I think that's the biggest thing is AI doesn't shift the responsibility, right? The responsibility stays with you. How you got your work done, I don't know, don't care. I mean, maybe I do, maybe I don't. The point of this argument is that the responsibility of the quality of your code is on you, right? And so it's actually hard to go faster if that's true. Don't get me wrong, multi-line edits, things like that can make you go faster, like multi-line tabs. I do think that there's specific places where it makes you go much faster, and I appreciate it, and it's fast and easy to review. The things that we're doing here, it's not. It's basically not even that helpful because I have to review it. If I was doing this on like what I'm going to say is a real project, this isn't a real project yet. The amount of work to make it a PR is a lot of work. So it's just something that you have to be very careful of. Is AI doesn't shift the responsibility, and it can't, unless if the company, and Replit isn't going to take this responsibility. Like the thing is, Replit didn't say, "Oh, you know, we're going to pay for your downtime. No, I did not hear that in their response. I did hear, we're going to make sure that it can't do this in the future. They didn't offer to pay for the downtime or the lost data. I know. I know. Russell, is your guys' 1,000 line? I have mine set up at 500 lines. So my teams have warnings at 500 lines. If a PR gets 500 lines, it's bubbled up to me. So I review any 500 lines, and it better be 500 lines. It's hard to review a 500 line code. Because I find above 500, I mean, maybe it's 1,000. The threshold of me getting notified is at 500 lines. Well, I say me. The entire team gets notified that there's a large PR. Yeah. No, I agree, Russell. A big PR just doesn't get reviewed. I agree. 100%. It doesn't matter if an AI created it or a human created it. You make a big PR. One thing I think doing this plan, you know how we did this plan with the steps, like how the plan creates steps and everything? I've actually found that this helps it chunk it into small, like each one of these changes has not been huge. Like we can do the next change and look at it. We're talking like 200 to 300 lines, which is fantastic. And no, for those of you that are going to be like, oh, you're such a dictator for like, if it's 501 lines, I generally don't say anything about it. I will notice if there's patterns, like if a certain person does massive PRs all the time. I am reviewing that because the quality of the code that my teams produce is very important to me. But no, I'm not sitting there, there was a 501 line code. Shame on you. And some PRs are just bigger, because another thing that I do, one thing that I really like is any PR or any commit needs to be fully owned by any commit should be fully buildable and runnable in the main branch. So if you're putting a main branch commit in, it should you should be able to pull any commit and make it run from there. And so there's a valid reason to have more than 500 every once in a while. I think it happens, and that's fine, and I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure that doesn't happen too often or too easily, or because we're being lazy. I don't want lazy engineering. I want good engineering. I want a quality. One thing that your leadership has to push is quality and security is a concern, and I do push that. Like, if we have the choice of doing something fast, or if we have if those are our two options, fast or good, I want to go with when I say good, I mean like secure and good, well coded. I reward the correct and well coded. Doctrine Nefarious, absolutely. Ideally, a single atomic commit that is feature complete. I push for squashing before PR submission. Dr. Nefarious, you and I are soulmates. I think you and I are soulmates. Yep. It's not even that. It's harder to find inconsistent logic in big PRs. Like, when the PR gets bigger, it's harder to even understand everything that's going on unless if you wrote the code yourself. Like, that's what I like. The only way to know what's going on with a code is if you are able to see. This is what, like, it's really failing on like the first passes. It's not actually doing as good as I thought it was going to do. Like, it's coming back and fixing it, but maybe this is because we're in Rust. Maybe it's because we're in Rust and it just doesn't do Rust very well. I'll leave that as a possibility. Yeah, Russell. I don't have a good response to this. I'm not saying you're wrong either. I'm not saying you're wrong either. I'm not saying you're incorrect. I just have no response to that. The AI loves using cat today. All right, let's check this one out. First, how big is the code change? Let's go jump into this. It's getting pretty big, but honestly, it stayed fairly small. Like, not perfect, but it implemented a whole new feature. And that's what these rules that I'm trying to do help us do. Like, make a small, meaningful change. It's a big change, so it's kind of okay for it. I'm not going to do a full code review on it because we're trying to just bust out a thing here, but we're going to do a little bit. So this was doing get operations. So this is just discovering the root path for a repo. Get status. So it uses the repo open. Like, this is very reviewable. I don't think he said the quiet part out loud. Yeah. I mean, like I said, Grey Hatter, this is why I don't think that it's the biggest uptick in productivity right now. There are no upsides. I'm trying to see. That's what I'm trying to do. That's like what the whole thing I'm experimenting on right now is trying to do. I'm trying to experiment to see if there's a way to do this. I don't know. And I hate to say something can't or won't work without trying it, right? That's like, and to actually give it a good attempt. I actually have this thing with processes too. I hate it when people don't use a process because they say, well, it doesn't work. And they're probably correct. It probably doesn't work. But no process will work if people are just refusing to use it, right? No process, no way of working together will work if we just refuse to even attempt. Now, once we give an honest attempt, we can work to make it better, right? Because we can start from there and be like, all right, there is an attempt, there is a way of moving here, and we can go forward with that. And so I like to give an honest try. I'm the rest of this year, this is what I'm trying to figure out. I want to understand. And I want to be able to definitively stand by what I say. Like when I go, I don't consider myself as a big leader in the industry, but I do lead on occasion. And I want to be able to stand out there and be like, no, I gave it an honest attempt. I scientifically saw these things. I tried to prove these things. These are my understandings of the things that it's doing. So yeah. Anyways, that's all I'm trying to do. I don't think that this is a one-to-one, right? You're actually contradicting yourself here. You actually let people. This would be like not allowing people to commit to your repo because they could do something bad, right? And so you're just disabling it because that way nobody can commit bad code. This is allowing them to make PRs and just not accepting them, right? And the thing is, what I'm saying is, and maybe I said this poorly, what I'm saying is I would work with this person to see if we couldn't get to a place where they understood what the code requirements was and how to contribute to the community and do that. I want to give it my fullest attempt to make that work. I'm not going to see somebody come to the community. Actually, true story here, if this had happened to me, I would have never contributed to Kubernetes. The first pull requests I did to the Kubernetes, I didn't understand all of their conventions. There were people inside the community that helped me, that helped bring my standards up to what they needed to work within their confines. And that's what I am trying to do, is see if there's a way to make this work within confines that people could actually leverage. Absolutely. It does this 100%. I pointed that out in it made bad code when we asked it to generate the stuff. It will absolutely do subtly bad code 100%. Humans have done subtly bad code too. I've done subtly bad code as well. I also brought up, this is a topic that I don't understand yet, and I think that it's a problem. That was earlier in the stream. Now, because I'm writing this all open source, I don't think I actually have a problem, right? It will be a problem if somebody wanted to use my code that might have a non-permissive license in their code. So personally, I don't feel like I'm doing something wrong in this either, since this is all open source as well. I could be wrong. If I am doing something wrong, please let me know. I like to stay decent. I like to sleep at night. I'm a fan of it. All right, so it's passing in strs, which is good. It's returning a result of string, which is fine. I agree. For some of it. So I guess what I was talking about is it's hard for me to know if there's like a copyleft code, right? It would be hard for me to know if there's copyleft code in my project because I don't know where it's come from because it's been washed. But in my case, that shouldn't really affect me because for the most part, now there's usually attribution that I would fail to be able to meet in general. But I feel like there's a mixture of enough stuff that I don't think anybody would be upset at me for the lack of attribution. If somebody is and they find that I have, I will absolutely give them attribution for it. All right, let's look at this. So we're doing a status. Let's see, what were we doing? I forgot. Oh, we're doing the get stuff, right? So this is the status. Open the root. Pass the options. This is interesting that we're adding this op right here. Don't fully understand this code, and I'm not going to spend enough time, but this seems like it should be just part of the ops that are passed in. Oh, we're not passing ops, we're just building ops. Okay, I see. So for status, we're saying include untracked. Okay, that's fine. Probably. You know what would be really cool is a way to test these functions on the repo itself. Like just to run these. I'd like to just see how like the string that's coming out. Because like this kind of reads fine. Open repo root signature repo.index idx or write tree. I don't know what it's doing here. Let's see. Oh, okay, so it's looking at a commit. So it's looking up the head. I see. These should be the tools. Okay. So how does it test this? Does it do like a... So it does a tempter. We've used this before. We've used this crate before. It does a repository init. It just writes a hello to a text and sees if it's in there. At all. Cool. Is there a clean way for us to run these tools in the command line? I agree. And I've stated that this is a problem. Absolutely. I don't have a good solution to it either. I think we're at a problem where we're like damned if we do, damned if we don't. Because somebody will do it no matter what. Country law, which country you're in will depend on whether you do it or not. I don't know. I don't know the right answer. I won't pretend to be smart enough to know the answer. I asked it if it can. Is there a clean way to run these tools? What did it do here? It just added request? So I should, that's not exactly what I meant. Yeah, CLI was what I was thinking. I guess it's meant to run as a server. But I kind of just wanted to run them here without running as client server. It's really difficult. I don't know. Like, you guys are more than welcome to talk about it. I'm gonna continue to say I don't know. It's interesting because I would also tell you that everything I've learned, probably a lot of it, is from interactions with other people. So it's fragments of stuff I've gleaned from others. And that makes it very difficult because I don't even know where a lot of the ideas and stuff that I've gotten and what license they're even under. It's why I don't look at copyleft stuff, or not copyleft stuff, but source available stuff, because I don't even want to accidentally have that in my head. So I can very confidently say I didn't look at it. I do look at some copyleft stuff. But in general, I'm also okay with code that influences me in a way. But I'm doing something completely different because it's generally very transformative. I got the idea of running agents this way, and I did it my own way. Yeah, I don't know. I can say I don't know another time. You can demand for me to say I know something again if you like. And I'll come back and tell you what I've told you before. I don't really know. You didn't do this either. No, that's not what I meant. Thank you. Yeah. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Boy. Right into another error. Right into another error. Not exactly what I was thinking. I'm gonna have to work on getting it to do what I wanted. The other thing is, I don't think it's updated the brain. Maybe it doesn't need to yet. We didn't do like file structure or anything in here. So I feel like this is okay. I think this is okay. Does it build? Let's see if it passed tests. I'm finding it a bit dented. Did you run the tests? Did you run the tests? Boy, it's gotten really slow. Has it gotten really slow? Have I found anything? No, not yet. There we go. There we go. Got some tests. You know what? I want to go check out. Let me log into it really quickly. All right. Let's check out the usage here. Not bad. Not bad. This was like simple request. It got so expensive so quickly. This looks wrong though. Input with cache write, input without cache write, cache read, output. Oh, it doesn't, Claude doesn't do input cache write. It's just cache read, I think, for GPT-5. Claude does. But I think they said that we could like basically use it for free. So it hasn't stopped me from using it. Ha. Ha. Thank you for catting them. All right. I think that's it for me today. It's actually 2:30. I didn't realize how late it was. I need to get going. Thanks everybody for joining. Who joined? I appreciate it. Maybe we learned something. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, let me know if you guys would like something tested. Next Saturday, we are going to be working fully on the Rust class and not testing this out. I wanted to test it out because people were saying, oh, it's the best. Theo specifically. It's okay. It's okay. It definitely, some of this is okay. I need to go over this more. This looks like what I would have written though, just from a first glance, which can be the tricky part with this, but we've just done some really simple stuff at this point with all of this stuff. So I wouldn't expect it to do anything. There's nothing tricky yet to fail on. So yeah, anyways, so far so good. Cursor definitely is making it better, just the agent stuff. So anyhow, let's find somebody to raid. Let me go find somebody to raid. Let's see. Here's Anthony Wright's code. Man, I haven't seen his stuff for a very long time. You guys have fun? Actually, there's only 4 of you. Go find who you like. Go out there, watch who you like. Thank you so much for joining me. I always hate to do like a really small raid. It seems weird. So anyways, go out, have fun, build something, learn something new. And I'll see you throughout the